Mahike local municipality. I have not received any indication whether he or she will be coming, which is a councillor. Our honorable MEC, like I said, she will then deliver a keynote address. And the program goes like that. Yeah, honorable MEC is coming on my right, on your left. Those who are facing me, there she is, she's coming. You may rise to welcome her for show of respect. You may keep on standing. As soon as she's seated, you may get seated. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. You are welcome. Thank you very much. You may get seated. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. For your patience. Those who have just arrived, colleagues, I would like to repeat what I've indicated, that I am going to facilitate this program. And my name is Reg Gordon Khosibusa Litlogile. I'm the Senior Manager in the Department of Provincial Treasury. And like I was briefing you, insofar as the program is concerned, this is how the program is going to be administered, and the items are on the program there. Now that everybody is here, at this point in time, I would like all of us, those who can be able to rise, that we sing our national anthem, Nkosi Sikeleli, Africa. Can we all rise so that we officially open our event? Nkosi sikelele Afrika, maluphakamise kondo hayo, iza imithandazo yethu, Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho layo, morena boloka setšhaba sa etso, o fedise dintwa le matshwenyego, o se boloke ho, se boloke setšhaba sa etso, setšhaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Eji no fan o se yeme, editip te fan ons je. War ons wege, biertas, waar de kansen antwoord gee. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Thank you very much. You may get seated. Thank you. This is how we conduct our business in the Republic of South Africa. We are very proud of our national anthem because it accommodates all in South Africa. Like I was briefing all of you as our learners are getting seated, they have got enough space. Can you direct them where they are supposed to be seated? like I was saying, I was actually on item number 4, that our honorable MEC is here, and that Mr. Lereko, I'm saying this, colleagues, so that colleagues who are in a program should actually, as soon as when I call them, they must actually come in front of colleagues. Our senior manager in the departments, Mr. Lereko Leu, will be making the presentation on that subject. And then facet, they are available. However, they will not be able to make a presentation. However, they've got stall when you enter in the convention center on the right there. They're exhibiting their services there. And then a P-seater, I will get an indication whether they are here for presentation. MICT seater, Fitang Mudimola. Can you raise your hand so that I can recognize you available here? The guests that are on a program here, please get seated in front of the seats here, the tables that are in front here. South African Qualification Authority, which is known as SAQA. Me Josejo Melamu, are you here? Okay, over there. Thank you, me. Services provided by the Northwest Development Corporation. Mr. Wanzi, can you raise your hand, or his delegate? Can you raise your hand or your delegate, please? Okay. And then practical money skills for young adults. Miss Mokwena, raise your hand, please, so that we can recognize you. Oh, okay. Can you walk towards me so that I can see you? Just walk towards me. Yeah, there she is. It's fine. Thank you very much. I wanted people to recognize you. And then CV writing. Solomzi Zimba from Nedbank. Walk towards me, sir, so that people can see you. There he is. Thank you very much, sir. And then building your future with Talezo. Maria Miguel, Talezo TVET College. Raise up your hand so that I can see you. Okay. And then Northwest University. It used to be called University of Northwest. It's now been branded as Northwest University. Can you raise up your hand? A representative from the Northwest University, please raise your hand. I don't see that representative. GFD Kotsi, Department of Employment and Labor, or your representative, can you raise your hand so that we can recognize you? Thank you very much. Okay, and the other items will actually deal with them. Colleagues, here is where we are at the moment. This is actually Career Expo for our youth, insofar as the mentioned disciplines, academic disciplines, are actually concerned at the university and Institute of Higher Learning, and also at our schools. Without wasting any time, at this point in time, I would like to call upon Mr. Joe Paul, who is our acting HOD, to make a purpose of the day. Over to you, Mr. Paul.
Honorable MEC, Kenetswe Mosenogi, in absentia, the Executive Mayor of the Mafeking Local Municipality, Councillor Sepiso, representatives from public institutions who are present here, representatives from P-SETA, Facet SETA, SAQA, and senior managements from the Department of Treasury, development partners who are gathered here, youth participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is my pleasure to stand before you today on behalf of the Northwest Provincial Treasury as we officially commence in 2026 Youth Career Summit under the theme Reset at 50, the Future Calls. This summit is part of a broader strategic initiatives aimed at aligning the provincial government's youth development agenda with our mandate for sound financial governance and inclusive economic participation. The main objective of today's gathering is to introduce young people to the core principles, structures, and the systems that underpin Public Finance Management Act. You know what is PFMA? That is a short form, PFMA. And more importantly, to outline how they can engage with these processes in a practical and sustained manner. This platform is intended to move beyond celebration and symbolism. It is designed to provide, amongst others, a structured exposure to key public finance framework and functions, direct interaction with experts in finance, auditing, supply chain management, and governance. All these areas, there are expertise in this room. You can definitely engage with them while you get space so that you will be really keen to understand where you are heading to. Insight to institutional pathways that can support with youth development within the public sector financial ecosystem. We also to unpack the channels through which youth voices can be incorporated in planning, budgeting, implementation, and oversight. You as the children, the students from the universities and schools, definitely you have a voice to raise. As I said just now, planning, budgeting, you can actually raise the voice. What exactly your ambition is, what you want to see in the budget speech of the MEC and the other MECs. We also need to improve the accountability in the use of the public funds. We believe it is vital that emerging generations are well informed of fiscal systems, encouraged to contribute to governance in a meaningful ways, and given clear guidance on how to access opportunities within public finance. Program Director, today's program directly supports this vision. Throughout the day, participants will engage in discussions covering the fundamentals of the public budgeting, fiscal planning, skills and education pathways in public financial discipline, and regulatory and institutional mechanisms enabling participation in public procurement in government. This is more than just a conversation. It is a capacity building initiative which Treasury is trying to develop. I'm sure that you are going to hear more about this from our Honorable MEC. She's going to unfold more about how you can, as the young children, can really intervene in various aspects of the public finance. In conclusion, Program Director, the summit reflects our commitment to inclusive governance and future-oriented fiscal planning. We are here to ensure that young people are not only aware of how the public purse is managed, but also understand how to influence, engage with, and benefit from these systems lawfully and constructively. We look forward to a day of robust learning, open dialogues, and meaningful exchange. I wish you all the best and come into treasury level, which is the as new future accountants, auditors, people who can really procure legally goods and services for the departments. There are a lot of fields we can really open, and we invite you to learn more about it constructively and also bring your voice. I thank you. Now I would like to invite the keynote speaker, which is our Honorable MEC, Mosenogi. She is going to come onto the platform and give you a detailed presentation. I don't want to talk too long. Then she's going to say, I actually already said everything, you see. Over to you, MEC.
Dumela. Lekai. Yo, this light is too much. I don't know whether I'll manage. Ala tsoga. Le ikutlwa yang le le batjha ba Afrika Borwa. Ga le ikutlwe sentle gompieno. So who's registered to vote? You are all registered to, some of you are registered to vote. Who's 16 years? 17 years? 18? So from 16 years and above, you can register to vote. You will decide which political party you want to vote for. But you'd remember our IEC, it's there. If you have your ID, it's important that you register to vote as a young person to participate in your own country's democracy. So thank you very much, Program Director Ntate Khosi, including the Acting Director General, Geopol. Let me also acknowledge our stakeholders who are here today, from the Department of Education, from ABSA, Standard Bank, education and training sector authorities that are present here today, teachers, lecturers that are here today, including most importantly, your learners and students who are here today. This is the second time as the Northwest Provincial Treasury, we are organizing the Youth Career Expo. It is important for us to do so as a department that is responsible to oversee, to plan, oversee in terms of the implementation of the budget, and support all the other departments, including municipalities and public entities across the province. The Auditor General in the last year, Municipal Finance Management Report, reported that Northwest as a province, we spent more than 300 million rands on consultants. And when we say consultant, it means ordinarily there should have been people who are employed either as asset managers, revenue managers, accountants, people who develop budget on supply chain, but those people were not there. or they were there but they lacked the adequate required skills for them to perform such functions. Now it means more than 300 million was spent by municipalities in the province that could have employed many of our young people who are either graduates and are unemployed, or we don't have those skills in the public sector, or we don't have those skills in the market, and hence a need for us to gather in this format so that we are able to identify the gaps that exist in terms of skills shortage. But importantly, let me start where Ntate Gio ended, that this year we commemorate 50 years of anniversary of the most defining moment in history of our country in terms of the 1976 student uprising, which I believe you are all educated about, and quite often in schools they will share with you what the students or learners of 1976 stood for. 50 years ago, young people not much older than many of you gathered here today took to the street to demand the right to quality education and the right to determine their own future. The youth of 76 confronted a system that sought to limit their aspirations and dictate the boundaries of their dreams. They understood that education was not only about passing examination or obtaining certificates. It was about dignity, it was about freedom, it was about creating opportunities where none existed. Many paid the ultimate price for that conviction. Today we honor their courage and sacrifice, but remembrance alone is not enough. The greatest tribute we can pay to the generation of 1976 is to ensure that the opportunities they fought for are used to build a better South Africa. That responsibility now rests with me and you, a creation of a South Africa that we all want. Because somebody said, everything is in the mind. What you create in your mind and you start believing in it, ultimately it can happen. So you need to start imagining a future South Africa and start creating it into your own mind and see what you can do with your skill sets and the knowledge that the teachers that you encounter with have imparted to you. As we reflect on where we come from, it is also important to understand where we are. And I've highlighted one example of the challenges that we're facing with municipalities, given the fact that they've spent more than 300 million on consultant. It means the budget treasury offices in municipalities are not adequately capacitated with the right skills, qualification, and expertise to perform what is required of them in terms of the call to action from the Auditor General, that we must run institutions that are accountable, that perform institutions with integrity, and institutions that restores the public confidence. And it's not only in municipalities. Ourselves as a provincial government, in a number of departments, we have not received a clean audit outcome. And a clean audit, it demonstrates that we are accountable for what we said we have planned for, we have delivered, and what we have committed to spend on, we spend on, and we're able to account, and we've complied with the regulations and policies of the Republic of South Africa. So there's a serious gap also in public entities that we are responsible for as the provincial government. And some of our also provincial entities are also reliant on consultants to perform their financial functions, whether to do a budget or to do their own AFS. So it's important that we build the necessary skill sets that will capacitate government, and I think it responds adequately to the intention of building a capable and developmental state. And it starts with us as young people. And we must say that in what the Auditor General highlighted as a finding, mandated us as a provincial treasury to do a root cause analysis of what informs the over-reliance on consultants, which then makes government to spend more than 300 million on consultant instead of employing young people who are graduates or building those skills that can be employed permanently in institutions of government. So as a result, last week as the provincial treasury, we've signed a memorandum of agreement with the Northwest University, and we are undertaking a root cause analysis with all the municipalities, 22 municipalities across the province, to understand what is the weaknesses that informs the over-reliance on consultant in municipalities. And from there, we need to develop an implementation plan and develop capacity building initiatives that can power municipalities, including not only municipalities, to say in the province and in municipalities, with the bursary funds that are available, how do we close the gap that we would have identified in the root cause analysis of whether people are used or the skills are there or they are not there? Do we have auditors? Do we have risk managers? Do we have accountants? Do we have asset managers? Do we have revenue managers? Do we have cash flow managers? Do we have people who understand what they have to do and understand what public financial management and municipal management means? And if we identify that we don't have such people, then it's important that we must build such skills. So, as I said, we are also reflecting on the current state of our public finance, including municipal finance. As we reflect of where we come from, we must also think about the future. We must ask what skills, knowledge, and leadership South Africa will require in the year ahead. We must ask what role young people will play in shaping our economy, strengthening our institution, and driving development in our communities. One of the areas where we and you specifically can contribute will be critically important in public finance and governance. When people hear the word treasury, they are thinking about budgets, spreadsheets, financial reports, but public finance, it's not just about finances, it's about more than numbers, as I indicated earlier. Because a project that is not properly planned for, and it's not properly, remember, planning goes also with funding. You plan and you attach funding for your project execution. So if we don't plan properly, allocate a budget accordingly, and monitor the progress of that project, we will have a situation where most of our project, as it is happening in government, can go for a longer period of time, and the cost escalates, and we end up spending over than what we have budgeted for as government. And that money could have went to other projects that would have addressed the service delivery needs and challenges that we are confronted with as a nation. Public finance requires that communities have clean water. It also builds roads that connect villages to economic opportunities. It funds schools, hospitals, clinics, and public infrastructure. And you would know better. And some of you who are in no-fee-paying schools, it's not that those schools are not paid. It's because taxpayers' money is used to fund your education. Last week, I was articulating the amount of money that is spent on education. And for the province in this current financial year, we have availed 25 billion rands to go to funding education, basic education, to make sure that every learner in this province has a teacher, every learner in this province has books to study with, to write with, stationery to use, and some of the schools are provided for with food for learners to be able to concentrate, because we understand some of us are coming from households that are disadvantaged, and it's important that for you to be educated, you can't concentrate in class if you are hungry. You will listen to the stomach instead of listening to the teacher. So these are the investment and interventions that we're making. And also with SASSA, it has made an assessment across various schools. If there are learners that are identified who requires uniform, budget is set aside for those learners to be provided with uniform. Every year, SASSA is providing that uniform. So I'm just trying to demonstrate that public finance play a role ultimately in what we see at the end of the day. And in sometimes what we expect to see and we end up not seeing. Because a budget would have been allocated and a project would have been committed that we are going to build a school or we are going to renovate a school. But at the end of the day, that budget is not going to what it's expected. Or there are delays in the planning of that budget, of that project. So it's important that we understand finances holistically in terms of where it starts and where it ends. And in each and every phase of a project, finance is involved. So we need various skill sets that are not only core financial skill sets, but are also on project preparation, project delivery, and project implementation. Including programs, obviously, because when we speak about curriculum provision, it's a program and it must be budgeted for at the same time. So as we said, that it's also about building bridges and providing access, because if there's no road, how will you get to school? If there's no water, how would you sit in a school and you need to help yourself? The sanitation is not adequate, you are thirsty, you can't concentrate in school. Even for our clinics, we can't say you must go to a clinic when there are no roads and there's no water provision. So public finance supports all this function and makes sure that whatever that we allocate addresses the needs of our communities. I must indicate that across South Africa, municipalities and public entities faces significant challenges in this regard. Many institutions continue to experience shortages of skills in budgeting, financial management, auditing, risk management, supply chain management, infrastructure planning, and project management. As young people, you are a hope of our country and particularly of our province. South African Institute of Professional Accountant estimates that the country currently has a shortage of more than 20,000 qualified accountants. And we are just mentioning accountant. If we speak about the Institute of Auditors, they will tell you that they are also in shortage of auditors. If you speak about planning and M&E organized body, they will tell you that they also have a shortage. If you speak about asset managers or financial and transactional advisors, they will also tell you that they also have a shortage. So it's important that we identify these opportunities, work with different institutions and collaborate and empower you as young people with information so that you take the right decision and to close the gap that exists in terms of skill shortage in the province and in the country. As a department, mandate to build capacity in support of departments, public entities, and municipalities. We must deploy strategies that help government reduce its recurrent use of consultant in municipalities, which cost local municipalities billions, as we stated. Municipalities can close critical skills gap permanently by enforcing skills transfer clauses in every consultant contract and by appointing competent permanent staff to core functions such as financial reporting. This is where you come in as young people. Take the commercial subjects you are studying seriously and help our province and the country to close the skills gap that we have in the public service. The shortages have real consequences when municipalities and public institutions lack financial experts. Service delivery suffers. When projects are poorly planned or unmonitored, communities are deprived opportunities they are desperately in need of. At the same time, many experienced professionals are approaching retirement. This creates both a challenge and opportunity. The challenge is that valuable institutional knowledge may be lost. The opportunity is that a new generation of young South Africans can step in forward and help build a stronger, more capable institutions. But you would know with the evolution of skills, again, there are opportunities. Skills of the future are needed, and I'm sure you know better. For those of you who interact with social media regularly, not only for purpose of entertainment, but also for purpose of empowering yourselves, enhancing your knowledge of what is needed out there that you can contribute better as a young person. What are the areas of interest that you were not aware of, but for some reason you are interested in this area, and how do you know more and learn more about this area so that you can empower yourself and contribute in the skills of the future? The future of public finance is changing rapidly, as I said. The Treasury Office of tomorrow will look very different from those of today. Technology is transforming how government plans, spends, and monitor public resources. Artificial intelligence, data analytics, digital financial system, and real-time reporting tools are becoming increasingly important in managing public finance. Tomorrow's finance professionals will not simply balance accounts. They will analyze large volumes of data. They will use technology to identify risk. They will help government make smarter decisions and improve service delivery. This means the career available to young people are limitless and are evolving. The public sector will increasingly need economists, accountants, auditors, data analysts, financial system specialists, infrastructure financial experts, procurement professionals, risk managers, and policy analysts. It will need people who are comfortable working with both technology and people. It will need innovators who can solve complex problems and adapt to rapidly changing world. The Northwest Province is no exception. As a department, we also run programs with various SETAs, which is, and I think earlier on they were acknowledged, LG SETA, PS SETA, FA SETA, and many other sector education and training programs. And some of them are taking part in our internship programs, in our learnership programs, and we are working also with TVET colleges, because as a requirement, when you undertake a course with a TVET college, after completion, before you complete and graduate, it's important that you must go for an experiential learning where you are placed in a work environment. So it's important that we work with those sitters and afford an opportunity to young people who are in the commercial space, accounting space, for them to come and learn in treasury. And some of them will place them in municipalities, in traditional council, in public entities, so that they can further enhance their skills and knowledge, and at the end of the day, they will be able to graduate. We have also recently partnered with Northwest University. I think I've spoken on that one. As we continue to pursue inclusive economic growth and sustainable development, we will need skilled young people to support municipal finance and infrastructure development, digital transformation, local economic development, agricultural value chains, and the growing green economy. These opportunities are not reserved for a select few. They are available to every young person willing to invest in their education, develop their skills, and embrace lifelong learning. I encourage you today to take your studies seriously, and most importantly, the financial sector, so that we don't see the decline in participation of young people in taking finances as a course. And some of them, sometimes they drop out and look at other courses. It's not just about being an accountant. As I've indicated, asset management is also very important. You know, in your household, even you as a person, your clothes in your room, you do an asset register of the number of clothes you have, whether you have a laptop, you have a cell phone, when did you buy it, at what point it expires, you look at the trends and so on. And from time to time, you reinvent your inventory register. So it's important that we look at how we want to shape and what skills, opportunities, and qualification are available. And we employ also our education institutions to go with the time. As the skills is transforming and there's a need for new skills, given the future that we are approaching, even universities and sector education and training institutions must also adopt to that demand. Our generation faces different challenges, and we are very alive to the fact that unemployment is very high in the country. And it's not just unemployment of people with no skills. It's also unemployment of people with skills and qualifications. And this career exhibition is not also about just opportunities in the public finance, but you as an individual and as a learner or a student, there are systems that we will need to use. What are those systems, and how can you better contribute in developing a financial system that can enhance accountability, transparency in the public service? Because those systems, pestel and so on. So those systems are important to improve our efficiency. So it's important that we identify also those opportunities and maybe analyze the current systems that are deployed in the private sector and both in government, and identify the gaps, and where you are, design a system that will resolve our current problems and future problems. There are also opportunities to create companies for financial forensic auditing when you investigate different transactions, because you know that government is grappling also with corruption. And sometimes some of the challenges that we have is that we don't have right people who can investigate and follow the money. But when you are skilled and have the right knowledge, you can be a forensic expert in finances. So I'm just trying to highlight a number of opportunities. And what I'm talking about, it's not what is only there. There are various opportunities that exist across the entire value chain. Even insurance companies on their own, it's in the financial sector. Banks, it's in the financial sector. So you realize that opportunities are at your disposal. It's upon you on what you are going to do given these opportunities. But this platform is to create awareness and bring some of these opportunities to light, so that you as a young person, you can have options of what you want to do in future and how do you want to contribute better. Because the investment that we are making as government on education, it's all about investing in the future of this country. That we must have public service that is well run and run by people who are capable, who are qualified, who have taken time to understand and analyze the problems and can adequately diagnose what is the problem and then say, this is the remedy that the institutions of the state needs to perform better. So be like the 1976 generation, be a solution as they fought for the right to learn. You have the responsibility to use that education to lead, to innovate, and to serve. As an honor to those who led before us, let us commit ourselves to building a South Africa where every young person has opportunity to realize and fulfill their potential. Amongst the learners and students gathered here today, may be the future accountant, economics, auditors, municipal managers, entrepreneurs, innovators, public servants who will shape the future of our province and the country, and broadly a nation that is capable. The future of public finance, the future of good governance, the future of South Africa is sitting in this room today. May you embrace that responsibility with courage, with determination, and with excellence, as I thank you.
Thank you very much. The leadership has spoken. A hand of applause again. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for a wonderful keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, if you, the sound operator, if you can play just a music, just a bit. I just want to sort something. Okay. Yeah, Honorable MEC, I think it's important that from my side as a program director, I need to indicate this, that our guests here, who are our learners, as I call the name of the school, please rise so that Honorable MEC should actually see that the kind of schools and wards or villages or townships that we are doing very hard as provincial treasury and stakeholders, businesses, to assist the department. Goalview combined, please, if you can just rise. Can you rise? At the back there. Thank you very much. You may get seated. Mulelwane Secondary, rise, please. Get seated. Kibonan Secondary, rise, please. Where are they? Can you rise? Kibona? Kibona? Okay, it's fine. Ipokeng, rise, please. Musikare Secondary, rise. At the back there, get seated. Tamelang Special School, rise. Living Faith, rise, please. Get seated. Batsana Commercial Secondary. Kiro Academy. Kiro Academy. Thank you. Get seated. Mahiken Secondary. Mahiken Secondary. Okay. Mabato High. The first Secretary General of South African Native Congress, which now is African Asia Congress. The school named after him. Can you rise? The first Secretary General of South African Native Congress, known as African Asia Congress. Can you rise? Sol Plaatje, Secondary. Yeah, your school is named after one of our veterans in South Africa. I think you learned something today. Yes. Onkgopotse Tiro, he's also a veteran. Letiane Secondary. Thank you very much. Ramaine Apetlu, I think it's named a secondary after Khosi. Ramaine Apetlu, secondary. Thank you. Saint Mary Secondary, after Catholic Church. Thank you very much. Tshidi Barolong, after Khosi, Tshidi Barolong. Tshidi Barolong Secondary. Patsima, Setopo Science and Commercial Secondary. Thank you. Ludirile Tsoying, stand up. Thank you very much. Mogakolodi under Kgosi Mogakolodi Masibi wa Batlharo, stand up. From Bisane. I'm not sure if learners from Ditsobotla local municipality is here. Okay, Honorable MC and guests, it was important that we should know who are amongst ourselves. Those are the guests that are actually amongst ourselves, and we really appreciate. You can see on the list of attendees here in schools that we had as a department consider all geographical area and all the schools here. Thank you very much for attendance. On that note, I wish then just to explain some rules of engagement. I would really appreciate that you keep the same discipline that you have been keeping now, and give yourself a hand of applause for being disciplined. Yeah, of the late, ladies and gentlemen, that disturbs our events are actually ringing of phones. I have not heard any ring of phones since I was seated there and since I started this program. Can I please plead with you that we should just keep that kind of a discipline? And then when you walk outside there, the bathrooms are that side. When you enter from the convention center, if I'm not mistaken, the male ones are on your left, on my right, and the females are actually on, I hope so they're on the left. I'm not sure where they are, but I'm certain about the one for the men are on the right. Possibly the one for ladies are on the left, but one of the ladies will actually confirm that. And at this point in time, colleagues, what will then happen is that there are items that are going to follow now, presentations that are going to follow now. And I will then allow about 5 or so questions immediately after each and every presentation that is actually made. And I will recognize you by raising a hand. And you will only ask questions which are related to the presentation or any other thing that may be related to the presentation. That's going to be the rule of engagements. And as a program director, when you see me approaching you, you must know that your time is up. I'm very time conscious. I'm one person who respects time. Do we agree on that? Yes. So please, I will then, at this point in time, ask Re Lereko Leu to come and make a presentation on budget process and youth sensitivity budgeting. Mr. Lereko Leu, if you may come, sir, to make a presentation. A hand of applause to him.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Good morning. I think this hall is intimidating. It's a bit too big for my comfort. But nonetheless, let's go ahead. As indicated, as introduced, I am Lereko Leu. I am substantively the Director, Infrastructure Management within the Provincial Treasury. And the point is not for me to preamble or introduce myself. I'll go directly into the presentation and the substance of what is contained, at least for the benefit of young people in this province. If we move forward with the slides, I don't have the opportunity to drive the slides myself. That would have been lovely. Can we move on to the next part of the presentation, please? You've just given a slide. That is basically what the slide is about. Next one, please. Next slide. So the intention is that we are talking about youth and we are investing in you as a province. And that's the package of support that the province provides, at least to a small degree, given the allocations of the province. At 151 million rands that is dedicated towards youth support, that is the critical message we are bringing, to say that there's opportunity, there's money, and it's not just a story about the opportunities that are not funded, but actually all that the MEC has just been saying, to a certain degree, is funded, and you need to explore those opportunities for your own benefit and for your own good. Next slide, please. So the 151 million rands, what is it all about? You're having opportunities to study, for learning new skills, for job opportunities, and to build businesses. As we move forward, you'd realize that the greatest and the biggest amount available is the amount for the EPWP program. And maybe to many, it sounds like it's not even worth the money because it's temporary jobs. But those temporary jobs can build in towards making a difference in what gets contributed in your household. And some of us might have had the opportunity of being taken to school because your parent or your brother or any of your siblings might have been working through a public works program that was able to fund to a certain level your school fees in a particular year. And so the order of the presentation that follows is actually based on the structure of the allocations that is indicated. And in the next slide, you will see that indeed public works or the jobs sector is the one that gets the biggest allocation as we move. So public works is the greatest amount, and that is the amount that is available. Next slide, please. As we move. Thank you. So you'd find that the distribution is as indicated. And for some reason or for some logical reasons, we realize that the allocations for the year are sitting in a space where work, then education follows. And then, of course, enterprise development, youth development opportunities, and the empowerment fund. As we move. So the public works program, real jobs, real experience, you can't deny that. And to a certain level, there's also some skills impartation with that program. Some people go through accredited training whilst in the program, and it becomes useful for them as they move. And why is it so? And what is the real value of the 55 million rands? Is that we create jobs through labor-intensive methods. Imagine contractors get opportunities in that space. And it has been one of the long-standing flagship projects that government has been investing in, and you get the opportunity to be in it. The next one is probably the one that will excite you the most, which is where your opportunities are maximized, at least to a certain degree, looking at what the bursaries have to offer and what it is that we can possibly look forward to, which funds directly your future to one degree or another. And largely, the intention is that we may not all access NSFAS. But there are other opportunities, and the province is saying, because we are not saying we are only dedicated to talking about finances and as far as public service and funding infrastructure, but also investing in the future of this country and being you. And as a result, the amount that is indicated there is available for your funding and for your education as you progress through the different lenses that you may choose to follow, whether you go to a TVET college, whether you go to a university, And MEC, to the greater extent, has been mentioning some of the partnerships that have been entered into between government and the universities. And that is a useful thing. And I mean, the SETAs are here as well. And there's more opportunities outside the fund that government has made available. There are other opportunities through the SETAs that fund your education beyond just giving you a skills opportunity or an internship program as the only thing that you might think the SETAs are useful for. Best believe they can offer you much more. Then the next portion is youth care. And maybe one would say, why do we need so much money for youth care? But I can ask one simple question. How many of us have experienced some of our own colleagues that are today not in school because of some drug addiction? And largely because of that, government will need for us to look at supporting NGOs that will support the wellness and the welfare of young people in this country. And that is why that funding is made available, and it's critical that everybody looks at it and participates where the need is, and not necessarily abusing or misusing what is being allocated. And at all costs, if all was well, that money should have been going forward to support your educational aspirations beyond the issues that we face as a society. But unfortunately, or fortunately, those are some of the challenges. That's the unfortunate reality, that we will never have it all perfect. There's always issues around social welfare, issues that we have to address. And as in part also, we are dealing with them in this fashion. Now, the enterprise development element, which is probably one of the largest, I think this is the fourth largest component that is available. It's about what is it that we do? How are we going to support you? Because best believe not every one of you is going to go to a university and finish a degree. Some of you, somewhere along the way, you might decide that I've got an invention that I think I can monetize, and it has commercial value, it has commercial substance, and definitely I'm not going to sit in university up until I finish my degree before I commercialize this. And I'm not necessarily promoting that people should leave school before they finish their degrees. I'm just indicating the realities that you will face, and you might have an innovation that you will want to pursue passionately beyond the part where you say in school, as important as it is, but I need to take on this opportunity now, and I'm going to maximize it now. The nice and interesting thing is that recently there has been the story that was highlighted throughout media of this young fellow from the Eastern Cape who has developed, I think it's eyewear for the blind, that you actually talk to it, an AI-powered or an AI-supported set of glasses, that blind people will no longer only depend on using the old stick that we all know as a symbol that somebody is blind. These days it will be very difficult because they can speak through their sunglasses or their eyewear. It doesn't matter whether it's glasses or sunglasses, either way. But they speak to those pair of glasses and they can direct them as to where to go. That's technology. And that's young minds used properly and beneficially and profitably for the benefit of the country. He was in an exhibition, I think, or he is in an exhibition this week in China, and there was a whole lot of media support and for him to get the funding necessary to support him to exhibit and possibly commercialize that, because the Chinese seem to have an interest in mass producing such. So those are the projects that you would have indicated, at least in that slide, as we move forward. So these are our youth development initiatives, and it's important that we look at what is it that is intended with the money, so that we know where we fit in within the space and how do we take advantage of the resources. Resources are there. Of course, they are not unlimited. They are limited. And it will always be whoever is ready to take on the opportunity is the one who will maximize that opportunity. So your preparation, and MEC to a certain level has spent time speaking to preparation specifically. Your preparation and your readiness to take on these opportunities is entirely in your control, and at your own time, you will take the opportunity. And if you do so, best believe resources are available. We can look at all the avenues to possibly support you in getting those opportunities maximized. I think as I approach closure is that the last, I think it's the last two or the last one that I have is the one on empowerment. Business opportunities directly, skills directly. So some of you might be good at doing something. There are some of you that probably can run a sewing machine. And maybe your space is one where you say with your sewing machine, you can start entering the space of doing school uniform for your particular school. And you don't necessarily have to make it a big story. Specifically in your school, you say, if we have to do embroidery, I can run an embroidery machine. The school doesn't have to do embroidery outside me because I can actually run an embroidery machine. I can print the logos of the school on our t-shirts. And if there's a new t-shirt that is planned for whatever event, I mean, these days life has changed so much that you get uniforms for matrics that are different from any other school's uniform. Any other child in school has a different type of uniform than the matrics. And it seems for some of the schools, those uniforms are changed every year. Matric uniform is defined every year. They get a new blazer, a different design. They get a new t-shirt, different design. Of course, that used to be the signature back then. But these days, it seems like even at the level of the actual blazer of the school, you get a different blazer for matric, which is different from every other person. Interesting times. But of course, for those that have got the skills, then this is opportunity for you to look at such and say, how do I look at what I can do now, as opposed to saying, up until I finish my degree? If you are skilled, the beauty is that you can actually start maximizing your potential now without waiting for yourself to finish. And not only can you do it now, you actually get to take your friends along. As I close, let's move on to the last slide. This is the message that we want to say. Make your move. Your future, I'll probably not say starts now. It has already started. Pick your lane. Show up and apply. A lot of what we have to deal with today, social media and media coverage is the most useful thing that we have today. You cannot listen to a radio if you cannot have it on some TikTok, WhatsApp, Facebook, whatever. But somehow, the way to distribute information is through social media. And so wise up and keep up to date. The last thing is that as you build a future, pick somebody along. It should not only be you. If you start that business, take a friend along. That's how you will build this country brick by brick, bit by bit. And our assurance as the province is this. This province believes in you, and hence time would have been taken for you to be here today. So do yourself a favor. Apply, engage, build, and thrive. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Raleboga Re Lereko Leo, for this wonderful presentation. The presentation, as you might have seen there, it deals with the issues of budget. You have seen it. How much has the province invested in the province on skill development? And on that note, I will then take questions. Like I've indicated, I will only take about 5. I'm very time conscious. I respect time. I will be taking questions and then directed only to the presentation. There are about 6 or so presentations that will fall after this one. For every presentation, there's about a set of 5 questions. And when you ask a question, please ask at least 1 or 2 questions, not more than 2 questions. Yes, please. I will be starting to note. Can I have roving mics, please? Can I have, sorry, sir? Sir, can you move the mic, roving mic around? Can he be assisted to somebody, please? Can I recognize the hands from the right? From my right, your left. Anybody who would like to ask question from the presentation? This side? This side? Going, gone. There will be a second round. Okay, I will give you an opportunity. Maybe you are still thinking on how to ask question, which question to ask or how to ask question. Still fine. I'm also a very patient person. Yes, I'm like a tortoise. I move but carefully. Okay, it's fine, this side. On my left side. No, youth. The youth can only be the ones who are asking. If you are not a youth, you can't ask a question. Okay, this is not for adults. And I can see properly. Only youth. I'm not going to allow an adult to ask a question. Or you can only be an adult if you are at the university. You are a student at the university. You can be 74 years of age. It's fine, so long as you are a student at the university there. But if an employee of government, you are not allowed to ask questions. Okay? Yeah. I think I've clarified that thing. A student who can be 74, 80 years being a student at the university, then it's fine. You are a student, you'll ask. Can you stand so that I can recognize you? Somebody will raise a, can you stand? Yes. Any other person? This side? Yes. You're the second. You are the first and the second. We'll have another round. You can proceed with your question to Mr. Leo, please, on the same presentation. Over to you. 2 questions, 1 or 2.
Okay.
Sorry, before you speak, can you introduce yourself and which school are you coming from?
Okay, sir. Good morning, everyone. I go by the name Kenetswe Mosenogi, and I am from Mogakolodi Masibi Comprehensive School. So my question is, as 32.8 million was allocated to bursaries, what I need to know is, are the bursaries applicable to those learners that want to pursue their academics at TVET colleges or those pursuing the academics at varsities only?
Okay. Is that the only question from you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you move the mic to one of our guests this side?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rapo Busisiwe from Batswana Commercial Secondary School.
Sorry, can you raise your voice, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rapo Busisiwe for Batswana Commercial Secondary School. And my question is that for the bursaries is allocated 32.8 million. What does the provincial treasury has the implementation initiatives to allocate the same amount to NSFAS? Because I believe that not everyone is adequate enough to apply for a bursary, and NSFAS is really important, especially for those students who come from disadvantaged areas.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then I'm going this side. Any other question from this side? Yes, you will be the first. Any other guest this side? Any other guest? Okay, you may proceed with the question or questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenetswe Mosenogi from Mabata High School. My question is based on the budget as a whole. What determines that how much is allocated to bursaries, is allocated to public works? What is determined by that? Like, what thought process goes behind the allocation of those resources? Then my follow-up question is, because you have, yes, you have the necessary resources to allocate them to different sectors, but because now you are bringing the resources, you have to have somebody you are allocating those resources to. When the person or the people or the youth specifically doesn't necessarily take action or capitalize on those opportunities given to them, how do you work around that? Well, with the money that is allocated, what happens to it then? Because now you are providing me with money for a bursary, but I don't want your bursary. So what happens to that money that was allocated to me for the bursary?
Okay, thank you. Any other guests this side? Because I'm closing questions now. Remember, I called you for the first time, and I'm calling this side for the second time. And I cannot perpetually be calling asking for questions? Okay, on that note, Leo, could you kindly ascend the stage and respond to the questions that may be directed to you? Because some of the questions may not be necessarily directed to. And if we have some institutions here whose mandates are also relevant in responding to some of the questions, they may also be of a great assistance, particularly on the NSFAS, questions and so forth. Mr. Leo, you may come. And I hope we agree, ladies and gentlemen, that as soon as he's done with the responses, we'll be moving to the next presentation, please.
Okay. Maybe let me start with the last one, and perhaps necessarily the follow-up part as opposed to the question. So, the follow-up, what happens when the money is not utilized? What do we do with the money? The money doesn't sit with Treasury, number one. The monies are allocated to the departments and the province. There's 13 departments in this province. Well, actually 12, because the legislature is not a department. It is a house of government that is critical, or at least it's the legislative arm of government. It's an institution separate from a department. So when the money is not utilized, the money gets reprioritized into all other funding areas. There's always, if you look at the provincial budget of about 57 billion rands, and some of the priorities might have very limited funding. It's not like the bursary program itself, that is not the ceiling. That's about the minimum that the province is able to provide. And it is the minimum we can do, number one. Number two is that we would love to have more, but more importantly is that the utilization of such must be beneficial to the province. And I think the message of the MEC anchored that to a large degree. Now, how do we determine these amounts? It's priorities, like I said. You would understand that government has a workforce, and the large component or the large amount that goes in this province is for compensation of employees. So that's the largest chunk of the money that goes, and then all other priorities. MEC would have mentioned the issues around infrastructure, which gets about 12% of the total provincial allocation, more or less. It could be anything in the range between 10 to about 12%. But the nice thing is that even if you look at the national average, the national investment in infrastructure is around that much. So we are not far from the national benchmark, if you were to say. So the budget process allocation is a very intense process, and it goes through a number of committees. Some of the allocations, and largely our allocations, are coming from the national fiscus. So we get money through a component called the equitable share portion, which is the largest portion in the province. Then we have conditional grants and so forth. So if they say the money is for education infrastructure grant, it's a conditional grant. You have to build schools with it. You can't take the money and build clinics. You can't buy bicycles with the money. It has to be used specifically for that purpose. So it is rather a lengthy process, and it takes quite some time. For the new financial year that is starting next year, I best believe the budget process has already begun for next year. So that is how long it takes to determine allocation. It becomes a lengthy exercise. Now, the issue of NSFAS, and maybe the province, instead of taking the money, or maybe we should split the money between NSFAS and the bursary program. Well, it's not necessarily possible, and I'll tell you why. Because NSFAS is funded differently at national level, and the funding for this money, and probably every province does the same thing. Each province allocates money to their own citizens, and the youth, or at least the learners of the province or the students of the province, get to take opportunity for that. So it's an additional support, and of course, like you would have been saying, it then challenges you to do more and to do much better than what you would have done. Because the conditions, like I said, there's money called conditional grants. So take a bursary as a conditional grant. You must have a certain pass mark in physics, a certain pass mark in accounting and mathematics. That is how the structure is set up. So it's a conditional grant. You need to fulfill it. And even when you get it this year, there's no guarantee that you'll have it next year. Good. So because of that alone, you must think that I need to keep up every single time to maximize opportunity. So you don't only work for it once and you secure it, but you have to work harder to keep it. Because you snooze, you lose. So that is the unfortunate thing, is that NSFAS is funded differently, bursaries are a different layer, and they're additional, and they're providing support as well. As to whether these bursaries are available for TVETs as well as universities, definitely. And I think I would have indicated that it's for both universities and TVET. We are lacking skills in this country that we can never shy away from the reality of saying TVETs are not important. It's not only a degree that works. People need skills. You cannot become a plumber by learning a degree. You become a plumber by actually welding those pipes and it makes sense. You cannot be an electrician by thinking that reading about the length of cable and the size of cable is enough. It works for electrical engineers to a certain degree, but we need electrical technicians that can actually wire a house, that can actually fix a motor. Therefore, we will fund both, and the bursary does fund both. I think that brings me to the end. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. Like I did in acknowledging the presence of other guests from different schools, may I check if Fairview Secondary is here? Fairview, can you rise if you are here? They are there on the left. Thank you very much. Could you kindly stand again? Yes, thank you very much. And then Rekhonne Secondary, if you are here, Rekhonne. Thank you very much. You know, I do not want to be blamed that, learners were acknowledged and their parents, who are their educators, were not acknowledged. May I ask all the educators or the support staff who have accompanied all our learners, stand up, please, all of you. Can you stand up? Thank you, you may get seated. I'm one person who observes protocol to the letter, because I may be blamed that, we value more learners than them. And, the role of a learner and the role of educators, both of them are very, very important, of paramount importance. You can't be a learner without an educator. You can't be an educator without a learner. Isn't it? Correct. So both of them play a pivotal role. It's a value chain, basically. At this point in time, I would then ask one of our presenters from MICT, CETA, Mr. Fitlang Mudimola, on inspiring a shift towards self-employment and tech startup incubation. You may come and ascend here, sir, and make a presentation. A hand of applause. No, I was telling him, if you wanted, some of you wanted to know, I was telling him that my memory is very good. I met this gentleman in Potchefstroom where we were having the same session, and he confirmed that indeed we met. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, afternoon. Is it afternoon? Did I hear good afternoon? All right, still not yet afternoon. All right. Thank you very much, Program Director. As introduced, my name is Fitlang Mudimola. I'm here representing MICT CETA. Also, let me also perhaps acknowledge the dignitaries that are here. Also acknowledge the presence of our educators. Our beautiful learners that are present today. I think it always makes people like myself very happy to see learners that takes time to attend this kind of events, wherein people like our organizations and people like me come and share the information that we have around the SETAs. Well, MICT SETA, it's actually an abbreviation. It's an M is for media, I for information, C for communication, and T for technology. And then the SETA stands for Sector Education Training Authority. MICT SETA is one of the 21 SETAs. The SETAs are actually 21 in total, of which every SETA has got a mandate from the Department of Higher Education and Training to actually help the learners or the students with the information and also with the skills that the SETAs have in a way that they will help the learners such that the learners, when they complete, they don't get stranded like we used to see those that used to get stranded, although they would have had the qualifications. So, in simple terms, the SETA's job is a very simple but difficult at the same time. How am I saying it's difficult? It's because, yes, we do have learners that go to universities and colleges and get those qualifications, and you would agree with me to say, after having gotten your qualification, you almost think you're gonna easily get that job, of which it's not easy. Why is it not easy? Because most of the companies, they actually want to employ people with experience. You will know, much as I know, that if you are having a company and you want to employ people, you always look for those that are the best. And by the best, you would want somebody who has got experience, that somebody who is knowledgeable in what they do. Not to say when you completed the university or college, you do not have knowledge, but you want somebody who has done it before. Now the question is, why do we have to have people that have done it before? What about me, who just completed the university or college, who does not have that experience? Where do I buy experience? Unfortunately, experience, we do not buy it. So what do we do as the SETAs? We make sure that we train you free of charge. As a student or as a current learner who's currently learning at your high school or perhaps at the university or a college that we have chosen, it is our responsibility as the SETA, our responsibility as the SETAs to make sure that you do get that experiential learning as you are currently learning. How do we do this? By offering you the trainings that we call them learnerships. Learnerships are meant for those that are currently learning. So this means if you are currently now a student at the university or a college or perhaps even at the high school that you are in, you still have that opportunity to still get that experiential learning that you can actually use when you complete at the college or at you complete at your high school. So the SETAs do give the people that opportunity to get that certificate that can make you employable. You can still get a job after completing matric by just attending our 12-month learnership that we offer as the SETAs. So this means it's not necessarily meaning you have to go to college or university for you to be employable. It means even after completing at your high school, you still can be employable through the training that the SETAs can give you. I'm sure I'm clear. So MICT SETA, like I said, the SETAs are 21. MICT SETA is responsible, or MICT SETA does even give the bursaries to the learners that are studying in these sectors: advertising, film and electronic media, electronics, information technology, and telecommunications. This means people that are working at our CLC, Vodacom, MTN, and the others, we help those learners that want to study towards those qualifications to work there. We also help or we give bursaries, learnerships, and internships for the learners that are want to pursue careers in information technology, IT. I know most of you call it IT, information technology. If you want to learn more about programming and related to our computers, our cell phones, and all of that, MICT does have learnerships in those ones. Also electronics. I know that, especially me, I used to think, sorry perhaps to use that, but I used to think our brothers, whom are relegation India, cell phone. Whereas even ourselves, learners as we are, we actually can get those skills to actually fix the cell phones. We can actually even open our own businesses fixing the cell phones and the laptops and the others. So MICT does have those learnerships and internships towards the information technology related qualifications. Also electronics, film and electronic media. Now this one, I'm gonna just try and keep there for to the learners. I guess we know every time I wanna a movie or a story, there is always a whole list of people that gets to appear on our televisions and those are the people that are trained by us as MICT. If you want to become a director, if you want to be an editor, or if perhaps you want to be a cameraman or a camera lady, those are the people that are trained by us. Or if you want to do editing, those are the people that we train as MICT. And then also in advertising. I'm sure you guys can see this. Facet has got their banner up here. First Provincial Treasury, they've got their banner here. So when you are in this room, you know that you are going to get information from the First Provincial Treasury. You know that you're going to get information from Facet. But all these banners, before they can be here, we are the people that train people to be able to make these banners. And then we also train people that you will know that they advertise through our billboards. We know that when you drive around, you can also see those billboards. Again, the KFC, it is at this price or it's on special, or the pizza this time or in these days, it costs this much to that much. Those are the people that we train as MICT. Now, I don't want to take time. I know that I was given 10 minutes to speak, but I would like to encourage our learners to actually go and study 4IR related qualifications. Why am I saying this is because I think we all know that today's world is actually shifting to technology in every sector, across all the sectors. Whether you are in agriculture, you want to be a farmer, you still somewhere, one way or the other, still have to, somewhere gonna have to use technology. By this, I will give you an example that before, we used to have a driver who will drive a tractor, again, perhaps even to spray the manure on the farm again. Now that is not the case anymore, because now we have drones, wherein a drone can actually fly over the farm where it can actually fertilize our crops. This says to us, even if you are a farmer, you're still going to come across technology. Whether you are in health sector, we know that when you go to the clinic, before you do anything, they give you that machine or they use that machine. They won't come body high blood, and they also even scale your weight and others. So across all sectors, we always going to have to come across technology. That is why MICT has got about 32. We have actually even introduced the new 4IR qualification. I'm sure you guys know what 4IR is. Fourth Industrial Revolution. Fourth Industrial Revolution is also helping a lot of our students in terms of technology. As I'm standing here, perhaps in the next 5, if not 10 years, I might not be the one who is actually presenting or talking to you. It may be a robot that will be standing here, actually giving you the information that I'm giving you. What does this mean? It means if perhaps I still want to keep my job in the next 10 years, perhaps I must think about doing what? Maybe learning to program those robots. such that when those robots come in and do what I'm doing, at least I will still have a job that must be the one who's programming those robots, because they will be doing what I'm currently doing. Do you see what I'm talking about? So we encourage learners to actually study those 4-hour qualifications. We actually have about 32, and I'm sure you guys know about them. We have artificial intelligence, cybersecurity. We have cloud computing, data science, software development, Internet of Things, robotic processing automation, design thinking, web design, cybersecurity, I've already mentioned, technopreneur, website quality engineering automation, mobile computing technician devices, and mobile device repairers. We also have laptop repairers. We also have accessories repairers, with drone technician, as I've already explained what the drone does. I think for those that want to pursue careers in farming. We also have Python, Java, we have blockchain, optimal fiber, extended reality, virtual reality, 3D printing, as well as JavaScript. So these are the qualifications that MICT SETA is actually providing for just a period of 12 months. You can go out and train with us. In 12 months period, you will have the certificate. After you have completed at your college, you actually can get that extra certificate, even if you are not at the university or the college as yet, and still be employed, as you perhaps still thinking about what you actually want to study for that formal qualification that you are hoping to get. Thank you very much.
On my right, sir. Stand on my right. Yeah, thank you very much. A hand of applause again. Thank you. Yeah, I'm the only person in this room who is allowed. I'm not a currently registered student, but I used to be a master's student at the university, Northwest University. And I completed my master's degree. So I'm the only one who is allowed to ask the questions here. I wanted to check with you. Can you repeat to the audience hall here, what does the MICT SETA's stand for? And where do you derive your mandate from?
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, sir. MICT SETA stands for M for media, I for information, C for communication, and T for technology. MICT. SETA stands for Sector Education Training Authority. And we derive our mandate from the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Thank you very much, sir. You are released, you can go. Thank you very much. You know, in other institutions, they like to use acronyms without actually explaining them. So it's important that acronyms are actually, explained before are used in full, then you use acronym thereafter. So it is one part that I wanted the gentleman to correct. Colleagues, amongst ourselves, we have got guests who are not necessarily in a program, but they are guests and our stakeholders. I would like to call the following guests who are here so that I can, complete that part of recognition of our guests here. Ms. Delicia Miller, could you kindly, she's the Deputy Chief Education Specialist. Can you stand up so that they can see you? Thank you. Ms. Mola Pene, Provincial Coordinator, please stand up. Thank you. Mr. Maletswa, Subject Advisor for Economics. I'm not going to comment. Ms. Mokoma, Subject Advisor Business Studies. Then I must comment. The applause from the learners is a clear indication that they love you. Those who I ask to stand, they really love you. Another hand of applause for your parents. Okay, then let's get to that part where questions will be asked. I asked him to clarify what that acronym means, and he did exactly that. Then I will be taking, and let me just check. Can I get an indication, the learners, where are they from? The one who have just arrived here? Tlamelang. Oh, Tlamelang Special School. Okay, they are seated over here. Can you see them here? The cameraman, can you show them here? Or camera woman? Yeah, there they are. Thank you very much. I appreciate. There are our wonderful learners seated here. You are welcome. Thank you very much. And feel free. Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues will then allow a set of questions from you, our brilliant guest, only learners or students from schools, universities, or university, different campus of Northwest University and TVET. Can I recognize, by show of hand, this side? Anybody who would like to ask question on the presentation that has been made? By Remu Dimola, this side? Going, gone. Okay. On my left, is somebody over there, you are raising a cane, the two of you, can you rise? The two of you, just rise. Yeah. The one behind you will be the first. You in front of him or her, you'll be the second. You can get seated. Any other one who would like to ask questions? Okay, you may start then. Give them a mic. One or two questions, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bipelo Mhlanga.
Can you raise your voice, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bipelo Mhlanga from Salt Blackie Secondary School. Knowing my generation, we all want to make money to be successful and to live a luxurious life, right? With the careers you have mentioned, your communication services, information technology, and etc., realistically, how far could an individual go with all those careers? Or are they just limited to giving an individual a comfortable lifestyle? Thank you.
Next, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Sir, can you raise your voice?
Okay. My name is Eric Ndluli in Modelwane Secondary School. So my question is like this. Let's say I finish matric. Can I sign with SETA to create 20 learnership jobs in each province, which will create a total of 180 jobs in the country and create new skills? Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, I hope you captured the questions. You may come and respond to the two questions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you once again, Program Director. You know, when I walked in here, first thing, when I looked at you guys, now I'm referring to the learners, seeing how beautiful and well-dressed you are, I knew already I'm going to get even intelligent questions like these ones. You know, even when a student IML, you actually can even feel or a very intelligent question. By responding to the first question, I will say, or I will put it this way. As I am speaking to you right now, right? In our organization where I work as MICT SETA, as a technology SETA, on Monday, even when you go to our website, it is written there that MICT SETA offices are not open on Monday. However, you still can communicate get information from all MICT SETA staff through email, or we can actually even call them. Right? What does this mean? It means MICT SETA staff, they are working on Mondays. However, you won't get a walk into our office on Mondays, but you still can get any information you need to get from all MICT SETA staff. How do you get it? You email them or you call them. Already, by just emailing them, asking whatever you want to ask, requesting whatever you want to request, you will still get from them even though they are at home, but they are actually working. So that's the start one. To say technology, if you are studying towards technology-related qualification, I am saying to you, you actually even somehow, I think in the near future, there is even currently those that do not even set a foot at their workplaces, but they do work. I'm sure I'm good. Go na le batho ba theogelang mare a ba ye ko di-officing go ba ya mmerekong mare ba theogela. Right? Today we having people who believe this person is a programmer, who specialize in programming or who specialize in whatever that, or maybe ke cybersecurity expert. Right? This person, hana job employed by so and so, but o create the job from different companies. Selling all the tools security the information even in those companies. O create America the companies 5 aloko gagage. Each company mo patala mare asna a specific ya go mo berekela aloko gagage in his comfort place. I ke la itse currently the accident is re create mo ditseleng. Imagine every day o travel o avoid time house berekela go to avoid accident or avoid a lot of money that you spend on your fuel, a lot of money that you spend on buying lunch and o berekela go to o patela. It's because of what I was studying towards technology that will give you that comfort you are asking to work from home. Second question, Obud, how will register the company? Right? You can get accredited by MICT SETA to actually do what? To actually can train people. Yes, you can train people how to register the company. You apply for our funding. After having applied for our funding, then you can actually implement our trainings, such as learnerships. Yes, you can do that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know, this gentleman, I'm the only program director you see here. So I'm in charge. I'm the pilot of a flight.
Yes.
But I think you forgot to leave your numbers, work numbers to them, so that they should contact you. See, work, not personal one. And another thing, you forgot to introduce people that you come along with. Did you come alone?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you came alone. The numbers, company numbers.
Our numbers are as follows. I hope you are all ready to write down. Our head office, which is the main one, you can call us on 011 011 207 2600. I repeat, 011 207 2600. That is our head office. It's in Midrand. That's the main office where you can call us. But myself, I am the one who is running our MICT SETA office in the Northwest Province. My office is at Klerksdorp, at Vuselela TVET College. Klerksdorp, Vuselela TVET College, Joburg campus. That's where MICT SETA office is. That is run by me alone. This is the numbers that you can call when you want to call me and ask questions. 010 010 055 7992. 010 557 Yes, I know that people sometimes will like, okay, if you are traveling now that you tell us you are the only one working there, and then if we can't get hold of you on the landline, I also do give work cell phone, meaning you can call me on that number. Please, from 8 to 4, Monday to Friday, 079-808-6036. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, the latter one, I did not ask him, he did it voluntarily. I said he should provide work telephone numbers. So the other one, he did it voluntarily. I did not coerce him to do that. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. You know, when we met previously, I asked the same question. I asked you to give the numbers, if you vividly remember. So I'm a consistent person, sir. Yes. Now, the presentation that follows is on the South African Qualification Authority. That is what SAQA means. And the presenter will confirm if I'm calling it properly, but I think that's how I know it. And the National Qualification Framework, Ms. Kgoshego Melamu, if you may ascend the stage and make a presentation, would really appreciate.
Good morning, everyone, all the guests and all the dignitaries that are present today. My name is Kgoshego Melamu. I am from the South African Qualifications Authority. We call it SAQA, not SACA, not SACA, but SAQA, South African Qualifications Authority. I am with my colleague, Ms. Mulalo Nechuozwi. We work in the Communications and Advocacy Unit. Our job is to raise awareness about the importance of the National Qualification Framework and also to educate the public about the SAQA services. Most importantly, we are responsible to simplify that information because the information, we have a term, it's called SAQIsh. You know, there's a lot of terms that when people read, they interpret them differently. So our role entails that we simplify it. So please pardon me if I slang or speak other languages because of the audience that is here, especially the learners. We try to make sure that all NQF beneficiaries get to understand the SAQA and the NQF responsibilities to them. The South African Qualifications Authority is the mandate, is the custodian of the National Qualification Framework. What is the National Qualification Framework? It is a structure, it is an answer to the demands of the 16th June. You know, we are here commemorating 50 years, you know, and the NQF, it is the answer to the 16th June. We are all here as NQF beneficiaries. Everybody here is an NQF beneficiary. And we all gonna learn about how we are the beneficiaries of the NQF. When the youth of 1976 marched, they were protesting a broken, unfair, and oppressive education system. But then following the transition that we are currently witnessing, the democracy, the government created the National Qualification Framework Act to complete and redesign the education system. The National Qualification Framework creates a single integrated qualification framework. What does it mean to me and you? It connects schools, college, and universities together in a single puzzle irrespective of where you are, it still counts in the same way. We had speakers here talking about different types of opportunities that are there in the Northwest Province. They spoke about learnerships, they spoke about qualifications, the TVETs. That is the NQF. It's a single integrated, irrespective of where you are. Previously we have people from rural or poor disadvantaged communities, and they thought that the education system is not for them. But the NQF responds to that to say everybody must have access to opportunities to education, irrespective of where you are. I'll make an example about our Umalusi Matric certificate. I can have my matric from a private school. Somebody might have completed their matric from a village, Springbok Ban, and then their matric certificate does not have the name of the school, the prestigious that we categorize schools. It's not there. You get the Umalusi certificate. That is NQF level 4. Based on how hard you have worked, it opened doors for you, irrespective of where you come from. So that is the importance of the NQF. So don't sell yourself short to say, nah, I'm from Ramatlabama, or I'm from where I could never be in space, I could never be a beneficiary of provincial bursaries. You can get those things. You do, it's actually your right to have access to them. That's what the NQF does. And I'm glad because the National Qualification Framework and SAQA, they are part of our curriculum from grade 10, 11, and 12. In life orientation, we talk about it because you are now being prepared for the world of work, for furthering your qualifications. It starts there. Also, the NQF provides access and progression. It builds an educational ladder for you, ensuring that you always find a way to start learning. You keep moving, you keep going forward, and you climb higher education in your career. Now, this is very important. A foundation for your career is a SAQA recognized qualification. A SAQA recognized qualification. It's not a qualification from a particular institution. I'm not going to shy away from making this distinguishment because that is how people see it. I want to go to Stellenbosch. I want to go to UJ. I want to go to Wits. I don't want to go to Northwest University. I just want to leave Northwest. That's good. But then the qualification you are going to obtain is a SAQA qualification registered on the National Qualification Framework. It will still open door for you. When National Treasury or Provincial Treasury advertise a job and say, we are looking for an IT technician, you must have NQF level 6 in IT or related qualification. I can apply if I have a national diploma from a TVET. You can have it from Stellenbosch. You can have it from Wits. What matters is how you are going to represent yourself during the interview. So it is not about the status. It is about the NQF. So do not leave opportunities here and then find yourself in far away from home where it's more expensive. And then you later discover that that institution is not even accredited to offer that qualification. It's pretty sad when we go with the Minister of Higher Education on the anti-bogus college, and then you find learners as far as in Limpopo, and then they say they are from Northwest. They are enrolled in a fly-by-night institution. They didn't know. So it is very important that you understand that the NQF does not have that. It doesn't give ranks. If I have my NQF level 6 and you have it irrespective of where you got it from, you do have the opportunity to access, to articulate, and you have the opportunity to follow the pathways. It also enhances quality. I spoke about it already, that it gives quality qualifications. right? How many of you already applied for next year for university? That's great. It's apply on time so that you are not exposed to those fly-by-nights, to institutions that are not accredited, that are offering qualifications that are not registered by SAQA. Because believe it or not, they will ask you for an NQF qualification. If you didn't apply on time, you're gonna surprise yourself with the results. Come January. Remember what happened in Potchefstroom? There was a nursing college. They paid 20,000. Come second time, they went to school. Apparently, there was a Nando's there. Do you know how sad that is? And to think that the NQF and SAQA services, they are part of the curriculum. Let's take life orientation very important because, you know, that is our foundation to our careers. Okay. It redresses discrimination. I saw a presentation about artisans. You know, previously our parents were oppressed. They were working. We still have people that are working. They work very hard. But then they don't have access to education. Those skills and knowledge, they are also education. We have what we call recognition of prior learning. That's what redressed the past discrimination. If I am able to make a school uniform, and I've been doing it for generation to generation, I've got a skill. I can do RPL, I can expand my business. I can also train you guys. I do skills transfer. It can be NQF recognized. So that's what the NQF does. Remember that our parents didn't get these opportunities. And they are here for you guys. Limit TikTok. Limit these challenge a bit. You know, compromise just a bit. And then search NQF. Understand how far can you go with a SAQA recognized qualification. We also evaluate foreign qualifications. Everybody that obtains qualifications outside South Africa, when they come here, we evaluate their qualifications because they can't get into the working field without coming through SAQA. We also have those that get scholarships to go study abroad. And you know, the biggest oversight that we have in the country is that even our government departments, they would offer scholarships they do exchange with other institutions or countries, but they don't check with SAQA if SAQA will recognize that qualification. Now, here's the thing, you go and study, for example, you go study at Cuba. When you come back, you are certain that you've got your honors degree, it's NQF level 8. And then when SAQA checks that qualification, it doesn't have a research component. We recognize it NQF lower. It can even go to a diploma because we also have good qualifications. We have good standards. We benchmark with the best. We benchmark with your Scotlands. So we do have good education. It's very key and important for you to do your research, even if it's a public entity, whether it's the office of the presidency giving you the bursary to go study, whether China or where. Contact SAQA to say, I want to check if this qualification will be recognized when I come back home. Because you can't enter the market with a qualification that is written with a foreign language. SAQA needs to evaluate that qualification and then give you a certificate of evaluation so that you enter the market.
If you can summarize.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I can talk the whole day about SAQA and the NQF. I forgot my 10 minutes. I was also asked to touch base on the legacy qualification. I was a bit skeptical on it because, you know, the information is already publicized on our website. Those are qualifications that were obtained pre-2009 because we have upgraded our NQF. Previously, we had NQF 1 to 9, to 8. And then we have upgraded to 1 to 10 after we benchmarked with other qualifications. The qualifications are not cancelled. They are being phased out. We are moving with the time. I'm just going to wrap up. We have a stall set up that side. So if you have more questions or you want to interact more, we will be that side. And then we also have the NQF infographics that has our contacts on it, our emails and everything. Would appreciate also for the learners to get those because it shows NQF levels and where qualifications are registered or categorized. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very consistent in what I'm doing. She will not have to leave. Yeah, thank you very much, sister, for the presentation. The other time I applied for the position of a chief director, and my qualifications, I had to submit my qualifications, university qualifications. And I was told that they've been referred to somebody. Were they referred for you to verify whether they're authentic or not? And if it's not you, who was verifying them? My qualification. You can talk to the mic, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. When it comes to the verification service, most public entities and even private sectors, they prefer to verify with SAQA as the holder of the National Learners Records Database. Everybody's achievements are captured and recorded today. And it gives authenticity and credibility when verified with SAQA. However, there are independent bodies that verifies qualifications. However, their functions are limited because they do not verify the NQF. They only verify whether you have obtained the qualification. So you could have obtained a short course at the university. Remember, short courses are not for learners. They exist, but not for learners. They are for people that have completed those legacy qualifications, but they are enhancing their skills and knowledge, but they are non-credit bearing. So those qualifications will not be recorded on the National Learners Records Database. So the other entities will not be able to verify that. So I can say, yes, the qualifications were sent to SAQA for verifications on the National Learners Records Database.
Thank you very much. You are released now.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Round of applause. That is the first part of the release. You are not released as yet 100%, 50% release. You can get seated. We will then be taking questions insofar as what she has presented on is concerned. This side, any question, we need to move a bit faster, guests and presenters. You are allocated 10 minutes to make a presentation, please. It's just that when you deal with parents, you need to be considerate of parents when they have a lot to say. This side, questions from our guests, learners, students. This side, going, gone. On the left here, any question? The one in the only table. This one. Is it the one from the first Secretary General of the African National Congress? Is it the table from there? Okay, you may ask a question, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gwenzumenzi Benedicta Gwebu. I am currently studying at the Northwest University doing my honors in transport economics. I wanted to ask from the lady, how do we ensure that the qualifications that we are applying for or registered for is SAQA accredited? Because it's not only fly-by-night institutions, but some reputable institutions also have qualifications that are not SAQA accredited. So how do we ensure when we're applying or registering that this particular qualification is SAQA accredited? Thank you.
Thank you. Another question? Going, gone. This side, once more, I'm giving opportunity. I don't want to be blamed tomorrow when you meet me around as a countrymen and women, you say I did not give you an opportunity here. Going, gone. Thank you very much. Sister, can you please give her the mic so that she can respond quickly to the question? Because she's saying not only fly by night, the so-called institutions are troublesome. She says even the reputable institutions do things that are not reputable. That's what she's saying.
Thank you so much for the question. Institutions, they don't get accredited by SAQA, first of all. they get accreditation from the Quality Council. We've got 3 quality councils. We've got Umalusi, Council on Higher Education, and we have Quality Council for Trades and Occupation. So when the institution gets accreditation for particular qualification, each and every qualification, they get what we call SAQA ID. That number you can use to search the qualification on our, what we call the SAQA searchable database. It's on our website. You punch in that number, you will see the details of the qualification. It will show you the NQF level. When was the qualification registered on the NQF? When will the qualification phase out? How long do you have until that qualification? You can complete the grace period when you can complete the qualification. It has the learning outcome. It will also show accredited institutions from the Quality Council and also international comparability to say this qualification, if you were to move to another country, it will be evaluated equally below or above. But then in most cases, it shows the equivalence. So we do have that SAQA ID. We always encourage people to ask for the SAQA ID because the pamphlets that you get from the university, sometimes they don't have that SAQA ID. It will just say NQF level, but then it doesn't indicate the SAQA ID. I spoke of short courses. Short courses, they are courses that enhance skills and knowledge that were already acquired with the qualification. The institution, most cases, they omit that information and they enroll learners who are supposed to be with undergrad qualifications on those qualifications, which doesn't serve them any purpose. So the SAQA ID, ask for the SAQA ID for that particular qualifications. Even learnerships, they've got SAQA ID. So we also have unit standards. People tend to think that we have short courses. Short course and a unit standard, they are 2 different things. A unit standard ID is those courses that can contribute to an overall qualification. So it has a unit standard ID, and then you can look for employment with that certificate. But then you can also use it to articulate into an overall qualification. You can do advanced first aid, for example. It has NQF level. You can do auxiliary nursing. And then later on, when you want to do diploma in nursing, when you go to the college and then they say, we can credit you because you already have these particular unit standard completed. So please, SAQA ID is very important, especially those that are going to private institutions. Please ask questions about the SAQA ID. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sister. Then we'll then move to the presentation by Mr. W. Wanzi on the Northwest Development Corporation. Can you come or can we get a delegate? Services provided by Northwest Development Corporation. Corporation, not cooperation, but corporation. Likewise, sir, could you kindly introduce yourself and then they introduce the team that have accompanied you, if they are team members that accompany you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, a good day, or good afternoon. My name is Welane Wanzi. I come from Northwest Development Corporation. I'm not alone. I have a team on our information desk. I have got Mayor Karen Landsberg. Inside the auditorium here, Kinalemen Nontla Sahoro, le Ntate Abraham Dipok. Normally we do presentations to business people. It is the first time that we have been granted opportunity to talk to learners. We will try to adjust what we normally do to business people to learners. When we came here this morning, we tried to explain that our presentation, which is available, you can go to our information desk. We will download that presentation for you. when we said it's a little bit misaligned to the audience we are seeing in the morning, they said, no, talk to learners from the perspective that some of them would love to deviate from the learning path and go to the established businesses. So that is why we are here, and I tell you that the Northwest Development Corporation, it's a development finance institution of the Northwest government under the Department of Economic Development, or DDECT. We in the NWDC have been given mandate of establishing sustainable businesses in the Northwest Province, and we do this through 3 core departments that carry the mandate. That is the Property Development Department, and we also have the Trade and Investment Department, and as well as the MSME Development and Support Department. The Property Department has got a mandate to develop industrial park or industrial areas. You see them mostly when you travel around Mokhwase, you will see a big industrial area. Those are big industries, but we also have some small industries that are also spread around. Even in Mafikeng here, we have some medium to small industrial areas. The intention thereof is to assist and facilitate manufacturing in the province. So that is what we are doing. We assist business people with the establishment of industrial areas where they can manufacture products that can be sold to local and as well as export market. They also have shopping complex, the one in Hurutsi and the other one in Mokhwase, but they also have residential properties. There are some houses and some flats around Mafikeng mostly, and Mokhwase. The Trade and Investment Department mostly is for export and import promotion. First, their mandate is to promote the Northwest Province to the international markets, that we are an investment destination in the Northwest. But they also promote businesses that wants to do trade with those that are overseas to sell their products up there overseas, or attract those products that are produced there if they can find the market here in South Africa. That is what they do. They also collaborate with other institutions like the South African Bureau of Standards in order to make sure that the products that our entrepreneurs produce in the province are up to the standard that can meet the international standard. So their everyday job also is to prepare our local entrepreneurs for those standards of products that have to be exported externally. They also train them on what could be expected when they have to trade in terms of export and import. That is our Trade and Investment Unit. I come from the Small Business Unit, or the MSME unit as it is called now, after the change of the acronym. There we assist businesses or small businesses with non-financial services as well as financial services. The non-financial services mostly is to register the businesses. Now, you cannot do business with government if you are not a registered business. So our job is to go to the informal market businesses, tell them that it is important for them to to trade with state under compliance. That is, we register them. But registering, having the CIP certificate alone does not mean you are registered. You have to keep it alive. So every year you have to do the returns. We are there to guide our small businesses to do those returns. And again, from time to time, there are amendments to the certificate that you have been registered. There are directors that come in and go out. We are there for that. We, as I've also said something about annual returns. The most famous of the services that we do is the financial support, even though when I close, I will indicate to you what the difference is between non-financial support and financial support. In the financial support, we offer bridging finance loans. These are loan funding, not grant funding. And bridging finance loans are the contract-linked loans for those businesses that have won tenders or have won purchase orders with government departments or even municipalities. Now, this type of loan funding is only limited to the service that you have to deliver, and when the service has been delivered, the relationship ends. We expect you to pay back the loan all at once. But the bridging finance loans are also carrying a condition. The condition is that the government departments or municipality that gives you the tender or the purchase order must sign a session with NWDC. The session is a legal agreement where they bind themselves that they will honor the fact that NWDC has given a business a loan, that it will come back. So if that loan is not, if the session is not being honored, we are unable to proceed helping you, provided you give us certain guarantees that you have the ability to pay our loan back. Now, the other loans are the normal loans of businesses that are not attached to any bridging finance or any contract, which are the normal loans where you want to purchase equipment, where you want to upgrade your business, where you want to purchase stock or even material. If they are long-term loans, we have partners or stakeholders, which are other DFIs. We have signed memorandum of agreement and memorandum of understanding with a number of DFIs because money cannot be enough. So these other entities have given us their material. We work with them. We have understood what their requirements are. So that when, because of our outreach throughout the province, when any of the businesses approach any of our offices, we are able to explain to them what the requirement will be at that other DFI where we refer all these businesses. So those are, in a nutshell, the services of NWDC. I thank you.
Sir, are you know, he is very ready for the question that he's prepared for the question that I'm going to ask him, like I did with others. Sir, tell me, I just wanted to check with you, you know, that I've got a brilliant idea, business venture that I want to pursue. Will you be able to fund me, sir? Me, I'm talking about myself.
Yes, we not.
But I'm working for government, sir.
No. Not yourself as a government official. We don't assist government officials. But when you have an idea, I was responding to an idea in general, not to government officials. When government officials, we are unable to assist them.
Oh, I will not be able to be.
No, you will not be able to assist it. Yes.
You forgot to provide the number, sir. The office number.
The office number, you can please approach our information desk there because they have just changed.
Okay, sir.
We have changed the system, and then you can approach our information desk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. A hand of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Wanzi, for the presentation. I will then ask you guests to pose questions that you may be having. On my right? Any question on my right? Okay. On my left? Mr. Wanzi, can you come closer here, please? Actually, Mr. Wanzi, come and sit here on my chair here. But you are not a program director, sir, temporarily. Just sit here so that you can answer the questions here. I'm still a program director. Any person who has got a question this side? Oh, that one. Any other? Can you rise so that we can recognize you? Yes, you can sit down. Any other? This side? Other than him or her? This side? I can see two. Can you stand up, please? There? The two that you are adjusting to each other. Yes. Okay. Can you give him the mic there? This side, quickly. Yeah, you may get seated. Yeah, you may proceed there with the question. This is with regard to services offered by Northwest Development Corporation.
Fine. My name is Ngakani Neo, SRC chairperson of Daliso TVET. My question is, does NWDC offer any programs, funding or incubation support, especially for students and recent graduates for who want to start a business while studying or right after graduation? Since, well, there are many students here, so I would like to pose this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can this side, can you ask questions? Any other between the two of you?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moteo Kisilo. I am from Mulelwane Secondary School. My question is as follows. How does the NWC use their services to bridge the gap between the well-off and previously marginalized groups, since the main purpose of SOCs is to serve people? I thank you.
Next question.
My name is Pipelo Mhlanga, and my question is, if a young entrepreneur in the province secures a purchase order or tender but lacks cash flow, what is the exact turnaround time from submitting an application to receiving the funds?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wanzi, can you respond, please, to the questions?
All right. How does NWC provide incubation support? We are an entity of DDECT, or the Department of Economic Development. The department, together with the Northwest University, there are two incubation hubs that have been established by the Department of Economic Development. It's not a direct mandate of NWC, but we can refer a young entrepreneur to the two hubs. The other one is in the industrial area. The other hub is in the university. So there are two hubs. The department is busy doing the third one in Bojanala. So the department that is hosting us as a mother department have got incubation hubs for young entrepreneurs. We can refer an entrepreneur there. How does the NWDC use its services to bridge the marginalized gap? Look, the sole reason why there are state-owned entities, it's because the government had realized that some conditions or some expectations and geographical spread of our country would not be addressed by private sector. So the creation of SOEs by itself is bridging that gap. Our rentals in the property department, those are subsidized rental. When you hire any of our industrial area, you get a subsidized rental space. But you can also, as you struggle with establishing yourself in businesses, the people responsible for those will do aftercare service there and realize that you are struggling further, and they make motivation so that you can have some what we call rental holidays. There are a lot of services that are done in order to bridge this gap that is being asked. If a young entrepreneurs get a tender from the department, our turnaround, I would like to call it 2 weeks, but it depends on many factors. As I said, a purchase order attached to it is a condition that the department that has appointed you must sign session with us. So depending whether the session will come on time, our turnaround will be 2 weeks.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate. We will be moving a bit faster now, and I would like to ask all the presenters to stick to the 10 minutes or at least 11 minutes if they are unable to stick to the 10 minutes, please. We will then ask the Amalgamated Banks of South Africa to come and make a presentation on practical money skills for young adults. That's what it's called, ABSA, in full. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Are you good? Yeah. Wala khatsetse go tshwana le nna. Go tonya ne? Okay. Yes. My name is Nti Mokoena. I'm the Student and Youth Specialist for Northwest Region. I am with Ocelerato. She's the big boss. And I don't know how to pronounce her name, ne? I want to say Valencia. Please. Please stand up. Thank you. And we have our colleagues, but so we have our consultant. After this, please see us. You guys look so beautiful, man. Yeah, I wish I was young again. Ne? You guys look nice. Okay, thank you so much. We're gonna continue without wasting much time. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna waste much time. Oh. Oh. Ah. Sorry, guys. Oh. Totsamakgoa. Laptop, the screen is in front of me. Okay, we can continue, guys. We're gonna talk about something that is very sensitive. Ne? I heard one of the students talking about, I don't know if I may call it a buzzword, but she said lavish life. She wants to live lavish life. Before we get to lavish life, there are steps that needs to be followed. We talk about money, ne? So we can move forward, please. Thank you. Few things that I just want us to highlight, especially in the times that we are living. It's social flexing. You know, we love to spend our time on social media, looking at the people, how they live their lives, and thinking that we can also afford. Ne? But before you afford, I'm just asking and pleading now, please ignore that. Are you promising to do that? Are you promising? Nna ke rata le bolele le nna, because ha le sa bolele le nna, I'm going to fall on the stage and then embarrass myself. Ne? Please, it's a two-way session. Ne? Yes, thank you so much. Please also make sure that you save, guys. When you are young, you don't wait to go and work. Angere, you are receiving NEFSAs, you are receiving bursaries. Ne? So we start there. You are earning a salary already. If it's an allowance from your parents, it's an allowance, it's an earning. So you start by earning. After earning, you go for budgeting. After budgeting, you are saving. So you have to save as a young person. You need to start saving. I'm just going to go highlight. I don't want to go line by line, otherwise we won't finish. Ne? Also, track your cash flow. Can you track your cash flow? If you have 100 rand and then you go to the shop and you come back and you don't know what happened with your 100 rand, that means you went to the shop without a budget. You went to the shop with 100 rand and you don't know what you did with that 100 rand. So you went and go and spend without budgeting. That is very crucial that you make sure every time you go out, then you budget. Okay? The next one, we going to talk about 50, 30, 20 rules, meaning 50 you spent, okay? And then 30 you save, and then 50 you save, 50 you save, 30 you spend, and then 20 you make sure that you invest, okay? You need to start small, guys. You can't wait to earn a lotto and then start thinking that you are going to save. You must save that 100 rand and make sure that you save it from now. If you are going to tell yourself you're going to start saving when you are older, when you start working, then you're going to lose it. You must start learning how to save now, okay? Let's look at different types of investment. You know that you can invest at the age that you are at now without waiting for you to be retired, okay? So start learning how to save, start learning how to learn other investment now. Okay, so those are the things that I just want to highlight, that start making sure that you learn how to invest. Go and Google the time that you are spending on the TikTok and Facebook and all those things. Those are the time that you can try to put 5 minutes of the time and start learning about our investment. Is it?
Yeah, you can't be visible, so you refer to that.
Oh, okay, it's all lemon. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Screenshot, please.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. We start, guys, at a young age. Make sure that you don't touch your earnings. If you invest and then you get an interest, make sure that you do not touch your earnings, so that you can build your investment at a faster pace. So if you were able to invest the 10 rand and you are able to spend 20 rand, that investment of 10 rand must create a wealth for you going forward, even for your generation and generation to come. So that interest of 10 rand, if the interest is 2 rand, meaning you can't eat the 2 rand, meaning next year you have 12 rand to invest. That's what we are trying to do, because you already put that 10 rand away. Try to make sure that 10 rand is growing, and then on top of the interest, you put that interest together with the 10 rand for next year to grow. So don't eat or chow your earning. Already you have an earning and you divide it and make sure that the interest grows, okay? I did say educate yourself. Please, every information, it is on the system. Try to make sure that you educate yourself about the investment that are available on the system. How can you grow your earning, okay? Guys, everybody wants to be a millionaire, but that doesn't mean you can be a millionaire while sitting and doing nothing. Everybody wants to be a millionaire. Everybody wants to make sure that they live the lavish life, with the comfortable life, but it starts with the discipline. If you are not disciplined with your finances, if you are not disciplined by making sure that your budget is in place, then your finances are not going to be in place. So you cannot have an earning of 100 rand and not split it in that 50, 30, 20 rule, okay? So when you go to the shop, again, I'm going to emphasize on that. You do not go and spend without the budget. Your investments are there to grow. You cannot chow your interest. So everything needs to be planned accordingly, okay? I think I will leave it there and say it's all about the mindset, okay? If you're not gonna do it now, you won't be able to do it later. So the earlier you start, the better. I will leave with this quote that I always say to the student: you can play now and work hard later, or you can work hard now and play later. Meaning, you need to start budgeting, you need to put your finances in order so that it can grow for you and it can work for you in the future. You can study now and then make sure that later on you are sitting and enjoying your life. Or you can play, and then later on when you are 40, 50, and you will love to study. So it is your choice. But all I'm saying is that please work hard now, and then you can be able to play later. Make sure that you invest now so you can rest later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She's looking at me. No, thank you very much. Colleagues, we will be asking questions, and I just wanted to know from your side that the practical money skills that you are referring to here are applicable to any age group, not necessarily the young ones. That's one thing that I want to check with you. But nonetheless, can you take your seat here? Thank you very much. This side, questions? You are the first. Any other who would like to ask questions? This side? On my right? Okay, you are the only one. Left? Anybody who would like to ask questions? On the left, this side. You will be the first, this side, the second. By the way, the first, this side. Any other? Okay, for now, I will be taking those two questions. Can we give him or her the mic there? Yes. You can proceed. Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Faisal.
And which school are you coming from?
Northwest University.
Oh, sure.
My question is, as a financial year become accounting student, what would you recommend as the best first step into finance career at ABSA? And are there any entry levels or graduate programs for candidates who with no experience, and what do you look for in an applicant? Thank you.
Thank you. This side. Please hand over the mic to, oh, it does have a mic, yes. You can proceed. Introduce yourself and which institution are you representing?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rearabile Jabupule. My question is, since we are talking about financial freedom, and I believe that when there is financial freedom, it means that you have the ability to spend freely. So why do we, I know that saving is more like thinking for the future. So why do we still say that it falls under financial freedom? Because we are talking about the current. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sister, you may respond to those questions.
Okay, thank you so much. The first question, I think it's Vuyiso, in terms of the entry levels that we do have. Before I go to the entry level, let me just share this. I know that it will be available to you guys. We do have bursaries in ABSA. It's ABSA Fellowship Program. You can write it down, ABSA Fellowship Program. It's already open. Please apply. It's closing on somewhere in August. ABSA Fellowship Program, it is available. It covers all your institution fees, your books, your accommodation, gives you a stipend, assists you with medical aid also, and also give you a laptop. So it is available. It's for entry level only. So it's only for 26, if I'm correct, standing to be corrected, all 26 universities. So I know sometimes you'll ask and then it's already closed. Entry level, we do have a graduate programs in ABSA, WISO. We do have graduate program in ABSA. So they are, I think, available position available on the system already with us. So I cannot say they are available now. What is the best position or anything? I think you asked also that question. I can't say this specific, there is a specific best position that you can start at with ABSA. But remember, we are in the world of fun. Everything is funny, technology now. Ne? So please, everything that you are capable of doing and you put your mindset on, there is a growth in ABSA. I think about the ability to spend freely. Remember, you don't spend what you didn't work for or what you didn't create a buffer for yourself to spend. When you talk about ability to spend free, which spending are you spending? I mean, which money or whose money do you want to spend? So when we talk the ability to spend free, we are talking about something that you have created for yourself so that when the time is right, you can spend freely so. So you need to start early. I think I mentioned that. You need to start now so that when the time comes where you need to sit and chow your money, then you are sitting and the money is working for you. So you need to create things that will be there, investment that you will create, and make sure that those investments, when you are sleeping at home, they are working for you. That's what we call the ability to spend free. I hope I answered.
Yeah. Before you leave, sister, you forgot to explain to the audience about the amalgamated banks of South Africa. Is it from your false cars? Your what? That's how you're called, the amalgamated. No, it's okay. You don't need to respond to it. You can leave, sister. It's fine. Thank you very much for a hand of applause. Yeah, in full, they are called amalgamated banks of South Africa. You will Google and it will tell you what is it all about. On that note, because she was able to respond to the question that we posed, I'm moving a bit faster because I need to ensure that all our guests are given equal opportunity insofar as presentation is concerned. I have been made aware that instead of Mr. Mokgotsi presenting, we will be having Mr. Lucky Mabengwani, who will be presenting. Is he here? If he's here, could you kindly ascend the stage so that you could come and make a presentation of financial opportunities for aspiring youth entrepreneurs? Over to you, sir. Standard Bank. Standard Bank. Yeah, the blue color. You can even see how he's dressed. Consistent.
Good afternoon, and thanks, Program Director. As I was introduced, my name is Lucky, and my surname is Mabengwane. I'm the manager for acquisition for Standard Bank. And I would like to share the Standard Bank vision. So our vision is that Africa is our home, we drive a growth. And by so saying, we're saying, we as the bank, we would like to get involved and to empower the entrepreneurs, the future entrepreneurs, to make sure that there is a growth in our economy. And how do we do that? We've got a program that we call enterprise development. And enterprise development is a development or a program that we use to develop our emerging entrepreneurs by assisting them with mentoring, entrepreneurial training, business planning, and we also assist them with networking and access to industry experts and obviously to suppliers. And we do that at no cost to the entrepreneurs. And one thing that we also do as the bank, or that we provide as the bank, we know that there's an evolution of technology, there's evolution of AI. Everything is now digitized. So we also provide bursaries in terms of those fields that are in high demand in terms of the banking career. And these fields would be legal and marketing, cybersecurity. We also provide bursaries for risk and compliance, digital products, including forensics, computer and data science, economics, engineering, finance, information technology, mathematics and statistics. And we also provide learnerships and internships. So the learnership is obviously a classroom based and workplace experience where entry level or people that are interested in working in the bank, they can get access through the bank or through what we call the entry level job markets. They can use that learnership to get that experience and automatically get a stipend or an income while they studying. And obviously our bursaries we are providing our bursaries for first year, second year, and third year up until the master's level. So those who are interested in getting to know more about our offerings, we're having an activation stand outside. I'm with my colleague Kabelo and Aubakwe. They will be able to can provide more information on the opportunities within Standard Bank. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. There is something that we have actually omitted from the previous presentation. Insofar as the contact numbers are concerned, please take note of this one. I spoke to Memo Kwena. She said during working hours, which is 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, you may then contact them or her on the following number, preferably on the WhatsApp. Both, you can call and make WhatsApp on the following number, 076, I repeat, 076 016 7084. 076 016 7084. That's the number for the previous presentation from the Amalgamated Banks of South Africa. Thank you very much. At this point in time, I really need to, can you give him a hand of applause, Standard Bank of South Africa? Oh, you are just Standard Bank, you are not Standard Bank of South Africa. Standard Bank of the world. We will be taking questions. Can I recognize on the right the first one? Any other? This side accept him? Okay. On the left, can I recognize the table, the last table on the far left, on my far left, on your far right, my far left. Any other? Any other? Okay. Can you start first?
Hello, okay. Hello again, my name is Kenetswe Mosenogi from Mabatho High School. My question is based on the item as a whole, that financial opportunities for young, inspiring entrepreneurs. Is it only based on young people or the youth only? Because so why are the opportunities only based for the young people, and we don't accommodate everybody as a whole. I'm not saying that the young shouldn't be accommodated for, but we should be mindful that as well as there are young people who are unemployed, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are the only people who are unemployed. As well as we have people who are above 30 years who are still unemployed, who have qualifications, or who have an acquired skill. Maybe wa roka me wa batho, wa apaya, o na le catering. Why don't we also support them as well as the youth together, so that we can have a brighter future for everybody? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, sir. You may proceed on the left.
Good afternoon, everyone again. My name is Bipelo Mhlanga from Salt Blackie Secondary School. So I'd like to believe about 95% of the people in this room were not aware of the bursaries and initiatives that Standard Bank has to put people or young people in school and make sure that they're educated at the end of the day. So I'd like to know, besides the programs the department has made to bring them forward and to make young people aware of the initiatives, what has your institution done to ensure that the youth is made aware of the bursaries and learnerships? Thank you.
Thank you. Barlaki, you may respond.
So on the first one, financial opportunities there. So we don't only offer these opportunities to the students or to the up and coming. We provide to everyone. We even provide financial solutions to the existing businesses where there's funding problems, and we are able to can assist them. And then in terms of the second question, so we've got a team that we call talent acquisition. And then we also have my team, which is called employee value banking. So we go into schools, TVET colleges, and we give this information at all times. So when you go to schools, we always share with the learners there in terms of the programs that we are having that will empower the students. So we always share at all times. When we get an opportunity like this one, we always try and share what we can offer just to make sure that we are able to can empower the youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate. Thank you very much. Sir, you forgot insofar, how are you going to be contacted? Could you kindly present that number to them?
So I'll appreciate if you can come to our stand, and then we'll be able to can share all the details. And I've got the guys on our stand are the guys that are staying local, and they can be able to can give their contacts, and you can be able to can reach them whenever you want. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. In principle, yeah, thank you. Yeah, basically what's going to happen is that once we have run on all the items that appear here, there's another item which will be running concurrently when you are taking your meals. After you have taken your meals, please don't proceed to your homes before you go to the exhibition. That's basically what he's saying. We have them that side. When you enter on the convention center, Mabatu Convention Center, you see it on your right. It is on my left, just there. Please ensure that you visit those stalls. The ways and means of writing curriculum vitae, and he will also be able to tell us the difference between resume and curriculum vitae. At this point in time, I will then ask Mr. Solumzi Zimba. What a name and surname. Solumzi Zimba. Zimba from the Nedbank of South Africa. Over to you, sir.
Putting you on the spot now. Yeah. All right. Good afternoon. Let me acknowledge some dignitaries. Honorable Mayor in absentia, MEC for Finance, Chief Director Public Finance, MMC for Finance, Acting HOD. My name is Solom Ziziba. I'm the Relationships Manager for Nedbank nationally. What I'm about to share with you today, it's something that is key critical. It's such a simple thing, but it's very important in your life. If you don't do it right, you won't get where you actually want to go. Next slide, please. So just to summarize it in short, a CV is really just you introducing yourself to the market. And you really just are trying to tell people who you are, what you're about, what are your qualifications, what do you want to achieve. And those prospective employers, they need to have a look at your CV and actually think about you and say, this is the best possible candidate that we want in our business. There's a number of things which are key critical. For example, clear structure. Ensure that you have a clear structure. Your name, surname, personal details, that is. You talk about your professional summary. I'm not going to go through each and every level, but I'll just highlight some of those that are very important. So when we talk about your name and surname, we're not asking for nicknames. Names according to your ID, so that they can be able to identify who you are. All these other nicknames and so forth, those are some things we can bring at a later stage when you see them in person. The design element, those are very important with regards to, for example, your clear headings. It needs to be bullet pointed. You need to also be consistent in terms of the kind of font that you actually use. Generally, you want to use Arial, and then the font should be 14. That's the general rule across that is actually accepted. You also want to check your content. Highlight your achievements. This is key critical. You must remember, people don't know who you are. You try and introduce yourself to them. They want to know what you're about, what you've achieved, so that they can be able to match whatever you've achieved to what they've advertised. Next slide, please. I've highlighted here something very important, something we refer to as a cover letter. So you may ask, what entails a cover letter? Because you've got all the details on your CV in terms of your name, what you've achieved, your qualifications, and the likes. The cover letter just enables them to better understand over and above what you've put on the CV in terms of who you are, what you're wanting to achieve. So there's a number of things. For example, you're telling them more about yourself. What are your likes? Are you a sport person? Do you love this? What do you do in your spare time? And so forth. Not only that, but you also want to share some critical things like what you've done in terms of your involvement. What is it? What are some of the community-based projects that you've actually been involved in, where you've put up your hand, volunteered, and ensured that you actually volunteer, which is quite critical as well in terms of your cover letter. And then also, I think what's most important than anything, you'll see there, why you, how do you fit in the role applying for? So you must remember, employers have got a number of CVs, thousands of CVs that they actually get daily. And what is important is They want to see what you've put down. Does it match what the role is about? So always, always, always align it to what the role entails. It's pointless to apply for something and you don't say some of the achievements, for example, which are aligned to the role that has been applied for. So just always, always remember, please, apply and make sure that it's linked to the role. Next slide, please. So these are just a few things to remember when you put together your CV. Make it your own. Make people want to phone you, want to email you, want to invite you to come through for an interview. It's pointless to copy and paste something and then you get to the interview, they speak to you, only to realize what you've put there is not matching what you are about. So make it your own. You are introducing yourself here. People want to know about you. Therefore, it's important that you make this your own, talk about you. Keep it short. Again, remember they've got 1,000 of CVs that they have to go through. They don't have time for the stories. Keep it short and punchy. Ensure that whatever you put there, again, it's aligned to the role. Because there are key aspects that they actually look into for them to say, okay, we will shortlist this one or not. Use clear professional language. Do not use any slang. Remember, this is a business industry. They want clear professional language. No slang, keeping it short, but ensuring that it's professional. Also, here's another thing which is critical. People lie about their skills. They put things there thinking that it will make them appear to be better or be considerate for the job. Again, you get there, they are talking to you, because remember, they've got your CV here, they want to know who you and what you are about. Then when they're talking to you, they realize, no, man, this is not matching the skills that are put here. Because there's gonna be some technical questions that they ask. If you can't answer those questions, you clearly don't know, or you are not that person. Because everyone can create a CV and say who are and all of that about it. But does it talk to who you are? You know. Also, what's important, before you send your CV, make sure that you proofread. Make sure that you check the grammar, you check the professionalism in terms of no slang used. Make sure that all of that is actually checked. Next slide, please. I think should be the last slide. Thank you so much. I think in short, I just wanted to cover that with you all. Thank you. Apologies. Just one item I forgot, just to introduce my fellow colleagues. I'll just call them on stage. They can introduce themselves. They are based here, and they'll just tell you what they do for the bank. Short intro, please. Thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mutlalipule Lepoi. I'm working here at Nedbank Megacity as a client advisor. Thank you.
Okay, afternoon, everybody. Now, my name is Lebrambo Tlole. I'm a senior client advisor. I'm working with her here in Nedbank Megacity branch. Thank you.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, thank you. We appreciate NetBank of the world. Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do now is that this is it will be the last presentation where I'll be asking you to make a question, pose question to him. And the two institutions of higher learning, You are not going to ask questions. They will present first both of them, Taletso and Northwest University. You present both, and then you'll ask question for both. I'm not going to split them. That's basically what I'm saying. Okay, for the sake of time. Yes, that's the matter. But you did not respond to my question on the difference between resume and curriculum vitae. But you will respond to it at a later stage. This side, any question? Something that you needed to understand on the curriculum vitae preparation? Yes, you are noted. And then any other who would like to talk this side? You are the second. Any other? Thank you. You are the third. Yeah, you are the third. This side? This side? Okay, let me proceed on this side. Yes, you may proceed, ma'am. Yeah, put it on. There's an on and off button there.
I would like to extend my warmest greetings to you all. My name is Oratile Mokwasa and I'm from the Mabato High School. So my question is on about experience. You said that the curriculum vitae is about who you are and what you are about. But I want to ask, Corey, if you don't have the experience, what is actually CV? Is it about the history of what you did, or is it about evidence of what you can do and what you are qualified for? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello again, it's me, Mosrelezi. My question is based on the CV or resume as a whole, is that actually the CV is about appealing who you are to the acquired institution that you're applying for. So what are the limitations to the creativity that you can implement into your CV so that you stand out, but while being within the borders that are required of writing a CV? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That side. The third speaker on the right.
Good day, everyone. My name is Kutwana Mkomola, all the way from Sitlopo Science and Kobisha School. My question is, what are the most common mistakes young people make when writing their CVs? And other question is, if two learners have similar qualification, what makes one CV stand out over the other one?
Thank you very much. This side, any other? Yeah, can you give your colleague that side?
Salutations once more. I'm Kenetswe Mosenogi. So my question goes, usually a CV requires a track record of experience. And what I want to know is, what are the requirements or what are the required years of experience of Nedbank? And let's say now I just graduated and I've got no experience. How do they work on that one?
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Then I will ask him to respond to the questions. Short and sweet, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Afternoon to
Oh, this one.
Yeah, it's fine because he's the young one. If she was a person of who is old, I was not going to allow her. But because she carries with her the future, she's far from getting to the graveyard, unlike us. Then we have got opportunity, ma'am, to talk because we still have got a lot of time in this world. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Batlile Mashiane from Kira Academy Mafikeng. The question I have is, what is the difference between a CV, resume, and portfolio, and when are we required to submit each of them? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the questions. I will answer them in a sequence that they were asked. First up was around the experience. What do you do, or what can you do if you don't have experience? So you must remember, when a job is advertised, it does say what kind of experience is needed. For entry-level jobs, they do understand that you probably have just done your qualifications and you might not necessarily have experience. So that that part they do take care of and they know. So hence, when I was saying it earlier, any voluntarial work that you do is key critical that you put in there. It might be that you put up your hand, there was no pay for it. Just put anything that you have done in there, which will go a long way in helping you. The next one was around what are some of the limitations and their requirements. So one thing I'll tell you, try keep it short, 2-page maximum. Remember, you are applying here to people that have got millions of CVs that they have to go through. They don't have all the time. They want something that is punchy. They want something that can blow them as they see it. They just blow their mind and say, this is the guy or this is the girl that we actually want. And then the third one was around the common mistakes that people do. Really do not use any slang, as I was saying earlier. Try to keep it professional. People want to use all slang. Sometimes people use AI to actually do their CVs. AI is there to help you. It's not there to represent you as such. It's there to enhance whatever you are putting down. So those are some of the common mistakes that they do. And then there was one about what's the difference between a CV and a portfolio. So a CV is really just the basic details that you put on a piece of paper that people want to see. A portfolio is normally used with people with a lot of experience, where they list all the other things that they've done. So you would, for example, hear people say, no, there's a portfolio of evidence that I've actually put with my CV. So they list all of that. So if there's other things you want to cover, there's the cover letter that you can actually put some of the information that you actually want to put in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. With regard to his number, you will actually get them at the stall. At this point in time, I would like to call institutions of higher learning in the Northwest. We have the Taletso, Building Your Future with Taletso, Retla Direla Ngakane, or Maria Miguel, Taletso TVET College. From there, he or she will be followed by Ruan Meyer from the Northwest University on the matter from dreams to degree, building your future with Northwest University. Can I then call upon a representative from Taletso, Retla Direla Ngakane or Maria Migwa?
Good day, everyone. My name is Kiarabuze Chere. I'm with Retla Direla Ngakane. We are from Taletso TVET College. I didn't come alone. I'm here with my colleagues from Taletso to represent the college. Taletso TVET College is an institution that offers higher education and training. The college has 3 campuses: Mafikeng campus, Lichtenburg campus, Lihuruti campus, and each campus has its own major course. Mafikeng specializes in hospitality, Lichtenburg specializes in agriculture, and Lihuruti specializes in IT and tourism. Sorry, just a minute. Now I'm going to tell you about the programs we offer. We have 2 programs, namely Report 191 Business Studies course and Engineering Studies. NCV programs, under NCV programs we have Business Studies, which they include information technology, computer science, hospitality studies, primary health, primary agriculture, office admin, management, tourism. Engineering studies, under it we have civil engineering, building, construction, engineering and related design, electrical infrastructure, construction. And then we have NATED programs for the business studies N4 to N6 with grade 12 or level 4 certificate. Business studies, financial management, management assistant, business management, tourism, public management, farming management. Students register 2 times in a year, January and July. Each semester is 6 months of each, 18 months and 4 to N6 theory. NATED programs for engineering studies, N1 to N6 with grade 12 or level 4 certificate. Under it we have engineering studies, which is mechanical engineering, civil engineering, electrical engineering. Student registered 3 times in a year, January, May, September. Each trimester is 3 months each, 18 months N1 to N6 theory, 18 months practical experience, 3-year diploma course. Now we are going to the bursaries we have actually. NSFAS, National Students Financial Aid Scheme. NSFAS will pay for your tuition fees as well as allowances. Allowances include personal care allowance, accommodation, or travel allowance. Accommodation allowance when residing more than 11.5 km from the campus. KM meaning kilometer. Travel allowance where residing between 0 kilometers to 11.5 kilometers from the campus. Documents needed for the NSFAS application. Certified copy of student ID, certified copy of latest results, certified ID copies of parents or guardians. Parents' proof of income, SASSA letter, or 3 months bank statements. We have NCV programs, which they have 7 subjects per level or per year. You need to pass at least 5 subjects for NSFAS to fund you to the next level. NATED program adds 4 subjects per semester, which will be in 6 months. You need to pass a minimum of 3 subjects for NSFAS to fund you the following semester. And the other bursary we have W and RCTA, Wholesale and Retail CETA, provides financial help to students studying towards a wholesale and retail qualification career paths. Includes online merchandiser, receiving clerk, pricing analyst, stock controller, store manager. 45,000 for TVET college students and 65,000 for HET students. Minimum entry criteria is that you have to be a South African citizen accepted to study at a recognized tertiary institution. Expenses covered by this bursary, registration fees, tuition fees, prescribed books, meals. Minimum entry criteria before applying. You have to be a South African citizen, completed matric or equivalent, currently studying or accepted to study at recognized South African tertiary institution, TVET colleges or university, currently studying or accepted to study within an energy and water sector. Preference will be given to students from previously disadvantaged communities, youth, Black, female, and students with disability. And then we have DMV Bursary Scheme, the Department of Military Veterans. The Department of Military Veterans offer bursaries to military veterans and their dependents in both basic education, grade 1 to 12, and tertiary education. The value of the education support is 20,000 for learners at the basic education level. The value of education support at tertiary level is 88,600 per student. Bursary for basic education covers the following: school fees, stationery, transport, and uniform. Bursary for tertiary education covers the following: tuition fees, laptop allowance, and prescribed textbooks. Minimum entry criteria is that you have to be a South African citizen, a military veteran, a dependent of military veteran, currently studying or intending to study at a private or public school. Application process is an online application, certified ID copy of a student, certified results of a student, original proof of res. Registration process, certified ID copy of a student, certified results of a student, original proof of residence. Social media platforms that you can get us on: we have our Facebook page, Taleto TVET College, Instagram, Taleto TVET College, website, www.taletoedu.za. The most important thing is now that we are transitioning to occupational programs. We have our stall behind there for any queries, or just come to our stall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. They understood the brief, and the professor from the university, Northwest University, you may come and make a present. You know, lecturers at the university, they like to be addressed with titles. So that's what I know about lecturers at the university. I'm not sure whether they're lecturers or they actually support staff, because there's an academic and support staff. So I don't know which area they are coming from. And but then it's an opportunity to make a presentation for about 10 minutes or so, please.
Thank you, Program Director. I really appreciate the warm introduction. From our side at Northwest University, just would like to introduce and observe protocol for everyone that has proceeded in presenting and also guiding this information center to the Youth Day. With me here, I have Tuso Molefe. She is also a colleague with me. We're from Marketing and Student Recruitment. We are their support staff. Unfortunately, no big titles, but we'll work on those postgraduate to get those titles, those doctorate signature along. So I'm going to do a presentation. Hopefully it will be short. I know you are sitting, young people, the frustration of being able, you've been scrolling through the whole TikTok and Instagram now already. Hopefully the Northwest University will antagonize you a little bit. For those that haven't had, I've seen a lot of familiar faces from the schools that I've already visited in the area. So just bear with me if you have to see the same presentation, but you might read something now or see something that's new. Something that stood out for us in the last few years, especially from the Northwest University side, is the situation of space. If we look at the opportunity of university space and bachelor paths particularly, and it is these kind of statistics that is important for us as young people like yourself today to just understand of them. And an important one that you'll see is down there at the below. We're around about more than 100,000 of last year's matriculants, the ones that got their results at the beginning of the year, still would not have had a space at the university. Why? Because of the competitiveness and also you being selective as a young person about which institutions you are choosing. The other thing is also, we've heard the subject about STEM. If you look there at the third point, where you can just see the importance of how many young people with STEM subjects like mathematics in a needing is degrading in the levels. As you can see, if you get a total of 50%, it's only 63,000 in South Africa that all 26 higher learning institutions are going to go for or needing. So what is this stat saying? Is that meeting the minimum of what we need to move in, and the minister said it the best when he addressed when they released results, is not sufficient for you to secure space. Everyone is having a nice seat where they are sitting now, but for you to get a seat now, there's a certain minimum requirement. And meeting that, or just a bachelor pass, is not sufficient these days for selective institutions. And that's what I need to understand, that you know that meeting just the minimum requirement will not be sufficient, especially if taking certain institutions in place. This is also just a little bit of a survey of the Global World Economic Forum. You need to do your research as an institution about future ventures. And this is a few of the stats that came out from where we are going with job creation. What is going to change? Where are we moving with a fourth industrial movement? How many jobs are we potentially going to lose against AI, but also gain again? And will we be then prepared to be able, as young people, the people sitting in front, to engage? But of course, I know you don't like reading, you don't like the dots, you don't like the bullets, so I brought you a TikTok video so that you can watch the TikTok video and listen and learn better.
As technology improves, the future of work is changing too. Many of the jobs that graduates will have don't even exist yet. Some young people worry that certain skills they learn might become outdated as technology changes. Coding, for example, is at risk of becoming obsolete within only a few years. According to one study, the percentage of American and British IT professionals who worry that AI tools will make many of their day-to-day skills obsolete increased from 74% to 91% in just 1 year. There are some subjects which are likely to stay relevant. Robotics, for example, will help people maximize the benefits of technological change. And practical jobs, like plumbing and carpentry, are less likely to be taken over by AI and will remain valued by society. These professions often don't require a university qualification and can be learnt in other ways, like on apprenticeships. But arguably, what's more important for students than studying a specific subject is to focus on learning soft skills instead. Things like communication, critical thinking, and reliability, as well as empathy and being able to build relationships. All are transferable across multiple industries. OECD findings from 2019 demonstrate that people will need to rely on their currently unique human skills to succeed. Understanding how to learn will be key to developing new skills and adapting in changing times. The research also suggests that jobs with complex social interactions, such as care, will still need humans, so developing skills like negotiation and persuasion will be vital. Currently, AI isn't very good at these soft skills.
I understand emotions have a deep meaning, but I can't experience them like you can.
So, if workers can plug the gaps while also being able to transition into emerging industries, then it will help humans to compete with machines. Nearly all degrees will allow you to gain these skills through group projects, presentations, and extracurricular activities. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter which degree you choose to study. Perhaps what's even more important is that a student gains work experience or an internship. Research finds that those who graduated in 2022 and completed internships were 23% more likely to start a full-time position within 6 months of graduation. This gap increases further in certain fields, like oil, gas and mining, where it rose to 65%. Although it's hard to predict how improving technology will change the world of work over the coming decades, one thing is for sure. A student with a variety of skills, a lifelong desire to learn, and a good attitude will go far.
All right, I think there's a very important point where the video included the right attitude. I think it's something we all can do, is the way that we take our environments, our opportunities, and then go make that difference on a day-to-day to hopefully get that change as we move into a exciting but challenging new era and phase of work and the way how we think about doing work on a day-to-day basis. I'm going to skip that one. I'm going to ask my colleague, Thuso Molefe. She is also an old SEC president. She's also our first African president that was elected, to talk a little bit on why and her experience to join the Northwest University, and also where the Northwest University is situated geographically. Tuso?
Thank you very much. As introduced, my name is Tuso Mulifi, a proud Northwest University alumni and now currently a staff member. Truth is, Northwest University prides itself with producing holistic graduates. And I think we are amongst the top 7 within South Africa. And at that, we can be with confidence say that we not only give an affordable qualification, but we also give a highly affordable and relevant qualification to all our graduates. And I think the Northwest University is amongst the safest in the country or even internationally as well. And the Northwest University is found within the 3 campuses. The only university with 3 campuses in 2 different provinces. We have 2 campuses within the Northwest Province, which is the Mahikeng campus, and then as well as the Potchefstroom campus, and then we have a Vanderbijl Park campus, which is situated in the Gauteng province. Next slide.
Thanks, Tuso. Just a little bit of a recap, just to make sure, but by now I can see the students, how they're answering questions. We are sitting here that you know everything around going and applying for university. Make sure to understand that 4 subjects that you do have, that excludes life orientation, must be level 4, 50% and higher, for you to then get like Umalusi, as you've heard from the Sakwa colleague, Umalusi, to grant you bachelor pass. Because that's the first step of the hurdle you need to get into a university. If you want to start a qualification from an NQF level 7 and build to an 8th, 9th, or 10, you need to have 4 of your subjects, allo excluded, on a number 4, that's 50% and higher to meet that threshold. Then, of course, all institutions has various pointing systems or an NTTP point that you need to require. That is a screening mechanism that when I do get a certain X amount of applications, I as an administration or support staff at the back cannot work through all of them. But we all use Excel or a system that we filter, we screen. And what do? We do take it from the highest to the lowest APS or academic point system, and that is something that you also need as a second point. Very important to know that you are exceeding, if you would remember my first part of the presentation, that just meeting the bare minimum is not sufficient these days, especially if you are narrowing your selection of certain higher learning institutions of choice. And then the third one is going to make you negative. The third one is going to be a little bit, but I still have to work hard, and that's a subject-specific requirement. So meaning certain qualifications would expect of you to have a specific subject already at school, especially when we spoke about the STEM. You want to become a professional engineer through the Northwest University, you are going to require to have also physics as well as pure mathematics on a number 6, that is 70%. So understand these 3 steps as an importance. Here's also just an example again, how to calculate your APS. Remember, with a university, we reward high achieve. So if you are, where usually you stop at the National Senior Certificate at the number 7, 80 to 100. If you are above 90 to 100, you get an additional mark. So you can build that bigger APS score. For when we do our filtering, you can be identified early enough to be able to engage. If we look at our faculties, 8 faculties available: economic and management science, a broad opportunity. Here we look at accounting science, very relevant in this area, as we have this event of treasury. You can do financial, chartered accountancy, managerial accountancy, or then very unique only to the Northwest University is the way of going into forensics accounting. So meaning it's where we delve in to find where the money has gotten lost that should have gone for the right purpose. So it's a qualification unique to the Northwest, predominantly requiring your maths, but also looking at other opportunities with maths lit that also gives you at economic and management. Natural and agricultural science, engineering, health science, as well as law, all of them are there. We have a store also here at the back that you can come and get the more in-depth detail, but predominantly you would need to require yourself to have pure mathematics, and for some of the areas like health science, your engineering, they also require you physics. For an example, I'm just going to give it, for you want to become a nurse, you can do nursing under health science, where you then now need to have your maths, or maths lit, they look at both it, but you also need to have physics or life science. All right, so those are the two areas of what they would require for you to know. But remember, nursing is a professional healthcare profession, so they only take a certain number. And that's where the competition gets hard. If I only take 80 nursing students and the whole of South Africa can apply for me, it makes it that the bare minimum of where it states that nursing is a 25 APS, the chances is slim of getting in with a 25 APS, competitive with someone maybe on a 30 APS, just to put that in. If we look a little bit more to human, you like human interaction, we think about communication, spokesperson, maybe you want to go into government studies, pastoral, or then, of course, where everything starts, education. These areas of fields are very entwined with human, the ability to be able to work and be able to be patient. I think that's what we need in our education system. Patient and the skill of working with our young people in sometimes challenging environments. Therefore, you can also study at the Northwest University with those three qualifications of education, humanities, or then pastoral theology. Very important, university is not cheap. It's everything in today's life, it's expensive, but I do think the Northwest University offers a unique opportunity for those learners that have done a hard work in this basic education journey. Especially if you're in the percentage average on concluding your national senior certificate with 75 to 79 average and you choose to come study with us, we'll give you a 25% discount on your class fees. Now, what is a class fee these days? Anything from 80,000 Rand and above per year. If you can push and you can get around the 80 to 84 mark, we'll give you 75% discount on your class fees. And for those that I know is among us here today that really achieves well between 85 and above, we would like you to come study for free at the Northwest University with 100% of that opportunity to pay for your tuition. Obviously, all the other bursary opportunities also available, so you're more than welcome to make join. I think I'm going to conclude here. The rest is just about our Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate. Our applications are open. So if you need any information about Northwest University, 1st of June, applications are open. 30th, our selection courses close. And then the 31st, all our other qualifications do also close. So please, we'll be at the back of the store with our store. If there's anyone that's intrigued or just want to come get our contact details, you're more than welcome. Then we can engage. Thank you for the opportunity.
Just a second before you leave. Let me tell you the story. When I was with them there, They were allocated like another person 10 minutes. They exceeded 10 minutes because they got on the system. They determined that with my student number that I was a student there. So they said to me that because I am the product of the university, I must listen to them, not them listening to me. That's what's actually happening there. He says home ground advantage. I'm also an alumni of the Northwest University. I started there in 1995, a degree in public administration, honors in public administration, and master's degree in public administration with the same university. So, of course, I agree to a greater extent with one of the presenter from SAQA that it does not really matter on the university that you come from. So long as it meets the requirements of SAQA and it can produce the best, then it's okay. Then what we are going to do now is that I will then ask the questions from the right side. If there are any questions on the two presentations of Daletso and the Northwest University. Any question? By raise of hand, when I look and I say any questions, I'm saying you should raise a hand. You'll be the first, and you'll be the second. You'll be first, second, and the third. Only three hands this side. On the left. Can I also request that, can you minimize the movements, please? Can you minimize movements because we are live on your YouTube? Okay. So please minimize so that participants should be seen properly. This side? Yeah, the two, the one on the green and the one on the maroon or purple. On the maroon, yes. Yes, you may proceed this side. The three on the side, anyone can ask a question. Give the mic.
Hello, everyone. My name is Binelo Serati
Can you raise the voice, please?
My name is Binelo Serati from St. Mary's Secondary School. My question is, how much does an individual's family have to earn in order to get funding from NSFAS? Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Refilo Mutsumi, and I come from Rekone Secondary School. My question for today is, for your N4 to N6 national diplomas in business management, how does having commercial subjects like accounting, business studies give me an advantage during this selection process? And my second question will be, when I'm doing the commercial stream with mathematical literacy, will I qualify for extended BCom degree, or should I apply straight for a diploma in business management? Thank you.
Thank you. The third.
Salutations once again, it's me. My question is based on a specific faculty. If I have inquiries about a specific faculty, do I inquire through the whole institution or that specific faculty? Then my follow-up question is that if I am a bright, in this case, hypothetically speaking, I am a bright learner, then I have that high average, that high APS, but I don't apply on time. Or I do apply, but do I get considered over the ones who applied before me, or do I get considered because I'm the best of the best?
Thank you. Thank you. No, it's fine. No, your question will be responded to. Your question will be responded to. It's not a problem. Can we get on the left? Yes, proceed.
Good day again, everyone. My name is Moteo Kisilo. My question is as follows. This question applies both to both our presenters. My question is as follows. Let's say you are living in today's time, where even people with degrees are employed, where even people with degrees are unemployed, and you haven't decided just yet that you want to go to college or varsity, which option would you choose and why would you?
Thank you. The next question, and the last, if I'm not mistaken.
Good day once again. My question is, because NATED programs will be phased out and be replaced with occupational qualifications, what came about that and how different are they from each other? Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, I will then ask both Taletso and Northwest University to respond to the question posed without any sequence. Yes, you may respond.
I'll respond to the ones of not being sure what to study or which institution to choose to study at. With the Northwest University, we have what we call an interest index. It's a tool that is used to really assist you in terms of qualification verification. You put in all your interest, it's basically a test where all the information that you have about yourself, what your interests are, and then at the end you have a report with set opportunities that you can choose from that then guides you on what to study or where even to study.
All right, I'm going to be quick and efficient. The first question asked, what is the minimum earnings needed for you to qualify for a bursary, like for instance, NSFAS? It's quite simple. The first step you need to get admission into a higher learning institution. That's the first important step. The second one is then to know the household income of you as an individual parent or as combined to be less than 350,000 per annum, or to know if your parents or guardian is maybe registered for SASSA grant. Those are the areas of the prerequisites needed for you to be knowing that you will meet and will be funded hopefully by the national funding scheme. In the question of the commerce subjects and if I have business subjects, would it be an advantage to me? Yes, it's the same. I use usually the example. If you look at accounting science or you want to go into accounting science, it does not require you to have accounting as a specific subject, only pure mathematics, but it is just logic that someone understanding a ledger or debit and credit or assets that they've learned for 3 years as accounting from grade 10 to grade 12 will put them in an advantage when they step their first year into the class. So yes, having commerce subjects will put an advantage to you into studying into a further commerce degree. It's also how career pathing actually works, that you would continue into that stream. If we look at the extended, yes, extended courses, you can come and check at our depth wall chart that we have. It usually gives you opportunity to come in with a lower mathematics level. Usually the lowest is level 3, that's 40%, or mathematic literacy on number 5, that's 60%. So that's where the extended program gives you an opportunity with a little bit of a lower subject requirement, but then you're going to study longer, meaning you need to then work in additional funding, where a degree is usually 3 years. You will need to budget for a 4th additional year in the extended program. Then the faculty direct, more than welcome. You young men can contact the faculty direct. Our contact details are all available. It just makes it a little bit easier about who you know to make that arrangement for you. It's also what I would want to do, you understand. But you're more than welcome to come and contact us for a campus, or we talk about an individual campus tour. And in that opportunity, we then also ask you which faculty you want to see, and then we make that reservation for you to speak to a lecturer or someone of that particular program. But you can do it yourself as well by content, because all our lectures and our faculty's details are on the website available. High average with a no application, I cannot help you, because it will be just ultimately unfair if someone missed the application period while they still had them. But if you applied with that high average, 100%. If I am aware of you, if you are coming to me, you say, Mr. Ruan, look here, this is my marks, I am intrigued, I want to go to the Northwest University, I can promise you I'll keep contact with you, because the quality, like I've shown in my presentation, only 63,000 students have a level 4, that's 50%. 50% for pure maths. That makes it that it's a small group in South Africa that we have to focus, and there's 26 higher learning institutions. Degrees of unemployability, that is a challenge that does not just affect us as an institution, but is our society as a whole. And everybody has to play a role, not just us as an institution, but private sector, government. So it is a vast variety needed to be engaged and worked on. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, hello. You know, I wanted to check something with you. You know, there is this brilliant mother who is Mayor. Is it your mom? No, Joyce Mayer. The one is, she's an author. She prepared a book called Don't Give Up, Never Give Up. You know her? Joyce Mayer. Just go Google about her. Joyce Mayer. She's one of the brightest people that South Africa has ever produced. You should check it. Brilliant woman. One of the brilliant women we have in our country that we are very proud of. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to finish our program. I will then call upon, if I may check, is the MEC will be joining us. If not, then the acting accounting officer, HOD, Mr. Jopol, will join me here. And I will also invite Amalgamated Banks of South Africa and Nedbank, the senior managers or delegate, the most senior from these institutions. Please join me here. I would like you to join the most senior here, not in this venue, please. What we are going to do, you can just stand somewhere there, down there. What we are going to do now is that okay, I think I've just omitted it. Okay, let me do. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. You know, you learn as you are in action. You'll never learn when you are not doing anything. So I am also the greatest learner because I learn when I'm doing something in a process. My apologies for that. Can I also ask Department of Labor? I nearly omitted the Department of Labor. Could you, Department of Labor, my apologies, demystifying the ESSA automated matchmaking engine system by Red Jeff Dikoti from the Department of Employment and Labor. My apologies, sir. Yes, sir.
Good day. Am I audible enough? Can you hear me? Apologies accepted, sir. Only if you add 1 minute, then I accept your apology. All right. As I have been introduced, my name is Jeffrey Dikotsi, and I come from the Department of Employment and Labor. Before I can explain who we are and what we are here to render, let me first introduce our unit. Most of you will remember that the Department of Employment and Labor, before it can be called Employment and Labor, it was labor before. Actually, it has been graduating from different stages after stages. From those who are Bantu educated, they will learn that it was called manpower. From manpower, blue card, from blue card, labor. Today is called employment and labor. So the reason of it being called employment and labor, it is because of our unit. I come from a unit called Public Employment Services. In short, it's PES. But we are not working, we are working as two different poles within that unit. The first pole, one can say, is for employer services. And then the second one is for career counselor. I'm here representing Ms. Neo Matolong, as she comes from the second pole, which is career counseling. But let me make it simple for your understanding. Jeffrey Dikotsi is working closely with employers. Any employer in the world, Jeffrey Dikotsi is working close with those employers. The reason being is because most employers, they have opportunities, but sometimes they do not know which database they will have to use so that at least they can easily get those kind of people. So Jeffrey works with employers. And then Ms. Neo Matelong works with, work seekers. Now, let me get to the subject that I was called to discuss with you. Can I also indicate that when I first got this topic, remember we were allocated topics to come and speak with you guys, Icon. When I got this topic, I felt like I was when I was 12 years. Have you ever met a term that you ask yourself, but what does it mean? I remember one day when I asked my mom how to say 1, 2, 3 to a girl, and she said to me, just say to her, when you see her, your heart beats like doo-doo. Thank you for laughing. You know, sometimes this, within the perimeters where we're standing now, can be a little bit tense. I studied psychology, and one of the biggest aspects when you study psychology, they tell you people can't concentrate more than 45 minutes. If they fail to stand up, go for a look, smile there and there, you might miss to give them a proper information. So thank you. Clap hands for yourself as if you laughed. Now, to discuss this term, please pardon me if it is not spelled that way. Ne? It's called demystifying. They said I must come and talk about demystifying. It's for the first time I made that word. But when I went to my Google said, make it simple. So, good people, we are living in days where to look for a job, it's a very difficult thing. How many of you agree with me? Raise your hands. I know some of you are matriculants, ne? Trust me, the reality of a matter today is that once you come out of the boundaries or the gates of school, you hit a rock. It's not easy in the social economy that we live in today to find the jobs that we say we want, to find the easy access to job opportunities. Why am I saying that? The social platforms today, they are playing a role. Some are fake, some are real. We now know that our brothers and sisters have been, we have lost people through job searching. Some of them have been going through social platforms such as your Facebook, and they will be getting things there saying jobs in Gauteng, 1, 2, 3, just like that. And then once upon a time, we just hear that a person has died or a person has been abducted. I don't know mental labor. Number one, please, if you can write them down, you are welcomed. Number one is to bridge the gap between jobs and job seekers. Number two, I will explain them. Number two,